Aha! Let's see if I can get this going. Open up Discord, let everybody know. Hey, I'm streaming. We're streaming. It's time. That, and I'm going to be working on my drawing. This freaking drawing is taking too long. I need to get it done. It's not done. Let's take a look here. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Bobro says, no, you do miss me since I'm so early. Haha. How you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Sacrament shows us first. Dang. Nope, I'm the first, Sacrament. Face purple, crying. Dang. Anyway. Working more on this drawing. Lots of work to do. Lots and lots of work to do. I just realized there's a portion of marble that is not done. Grab the color of that. All right, let's just get to go. Let's get going. Let's do it. We got drawing to do. What is that blue there? Why do I see through that? That's weird. Oh, the flow is set to 38. Huh? Why do I still see blue? That blue is over that layer? We're going to find out the problem with that in a second. Actually, we're going to find out the problem with that right now. Right now. That's layer 1. Amazing. That's 39. That's a really important layer. Okay, what happens if I just take this portion here and just hit delete? And nothing of value was lost. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. I know it just shows a cartoon of myself instead of the usual camera, but I promise I am here. There is no difference between the cartoon and the real me. I am actually here. So if you want to call in and have a debate while I'm drawing at this thing, we can do it. All right, let me take a look here. So what is this section? I don't even know what's going on there. Some sort of doorway? I need to erase that. I don't like that. Whatever that is, I don't like it. Let's look at that line art. Yeah, like what is happening there? Doesn't make any sense. So we're gonna yeet that. Do a little home renovation. Part of it. Shit. We have how's it coming along? Into the break says, what is your Steam name? Steam name? Not giving out my Steam name. Actually, I think it's First Amender. It's not like it's a secret. Yeah, it's just First Amender. That's my Steam name, is First Amender. Justin says, wait, are you a woke liberal? Or are you wanting a woke liberal to call in and debate you? Oh, I am a woke liberal. I'm about as woke and liberal as they come. You ever met a woke liberal? I am the wokest. I am the liberalist. Okay, so I think that's correct, but there's also like a weird thing going on there with the... Let me just clear that up. There we go. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. And then, of course, there's like a piece of line art here that needs to be corrected. This portion here. Okay. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Let's lock the line art. Leave that alone. Shading furniture. We'll leave that up for now, but, you know, I think I'm going to lock it because I don't want that to be... All right. So we're just going to focus on some coloring here. I mean, did we get all of the other... Nope, there's one more area right there. And what color is that spot? Let me see. It's carpet. I made that carpet. Why did I make that carpet? Okay, let's take a look here. What color do we got? Boop. All right, let's go back. Carpet. Let's Control S. Okay. Into the break says he is very liberal. Oh, I was gonna friend. I need Steam friends. I am First Amender on Steam. 1ST Amender. Steam. Oh my god. I have 14 people that want to be my friend. Shit. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally open up a floodgate? Mel says, what is your wokest opinion? My wokest opinion? I believe that gender-affirming care needs to be available, including for minors. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. I do. Genuinely. I think it's the right thing. I really do. I just had done too much research on it where I'm just like, yeah, this is pretty empirical. And just had a really hard time believing the studies from coming in from Europe. Very difficult time. The problem that I noticed was the fact that the ones that were coming from Europe had seemed to have their areas taken over by right-wing influences. And so I had a huge level of doubt there, I suppose. But yeah, that's a pretty woke opinion that I have. All right. Justin says, so like men can be women, let kids transition, abortion up to birth, universal basic income, white people are racist, Trump is a fascist, that kind of woke liberal. I believe that trans men can be men, trans women can be women. I believe that if there is a child that has gender dysphoria, they should get the care that they need. We're getting in a call. You're on the line with First Amender. Hello? You're on the line with First Amender. Are you there? You know what? It could actually be my microphone. Hold on, let me make sure my settings are good. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, hey. Sorry about that. There was something going on with my mic. Anyway.
No, you're good.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, this is Thomas again. I called in about a week ago. But,
Tom R. is Jose, the Nazi, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Have you renounced your Nazi ways?
I have roughly the same political beliefs as the last time we talked.
Why?
Um,
Why?
I mean, I really don't. I mean, we can have this conversation again if you want to. I wanted to talk about.
All right, we can talk about something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, abortion's more fun to debate. All right, number 59 on your hot takes list. Abortion is not murder. Explain yourself.
Yeah. So like, I believe that I don't believe that like a body has like the rights to damage the body of another person. Like your existence, you don't get to like damage other people's bodies because like, hey, I should exist. I just believe in like a fundamental right of individuals to come to that decision to themselves if they want to go through with something like that.
Okay. So you don't think it would be reasonable for me to suffer something that's not life-threatening if it means that someone else doesn't die?
Well, what if it was potentially life-threatening?
Like what? Give me an example.
Pregnancy.
But I mean, I know that's what we're talking about. Like I'm saying.
Well, I'm
like,
saying
if
like
there's
that
something-
is potentially life-threatening. Every single pregnancy is potentially life-threatening. In fact, you're not even aware it's life-threatening until it is.
I mean, if there was, like, I'm trying to think of something analogous to because obviously I'm not a woman. Like if something analogous to pregnancy happened to me, where like.
Well,
I think
okay,
I would
take for
have an
example,
obligation.
let's say your son needs a kidney transplant. Do you have to give a kidney? I would say no.
That's not really a fair comparison because you
Why
have a
not?
finite
Because
amount of
there's
kidneys.
somebody where they need like a portion of your body in order to survive.
Well, no, because when a woman is
You know,
pregnant,
they're going to
she's
permanently
not like-
damage your body forever. And there's a medical procedure which is generally safe, but it's also very high risk.
Yeah, that's not really a fair comparison because
Why?
there's no part of a woman's body that she doesn't have after pregnancy that she had before.
Well, I mean, you're permanently damaging the body. The fat placement is different.
Sure.
You have stretch marks for the rest of your life. You have hormonal differences which never return. Your body is permanently changed from a usual youthful appearance into, basically one that is scarred for the rest of its life. So it is relatively high risk, and it is it's not fun.
Yeah. I think, generally speaking, I think if there's, you'd have to alter the hypothetical to make it make a little more sense just practically. But yeah, I'd say generally speaking, if someone is going to be okay if they give a kidney to someone else, and like there's someone else who's like going to die if they don't receive that kidney, like in a vacuum, I'd say it's morally acceptable for like the government or whatever to force that person to give them their kidney.
Really? Wow. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I have a fundamental disagreement with that.
Do you
I
believe in
believe-
the draft?
No, I just believe that you have like a. Do I believe in the draft? No.
Really?
No. Also, we haven't
you
had a
think if-
draft in like 70 years. I have no idea what it is with men and their desire to talk about the draft as if it's like something relevant in today's like political climate.
Well, because the rationale for why men are eligible to get drafted into military service, it's the same reason why women shouldn't be allowed to kill their children. Because it's something that you're doing with your body for the benefit of someone else, and like
Yeah.
in both of those situations, there's a good likelihood that you're going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I
made to
don't
do
believe
that.
in a
Like, kind of
draft.
what-
I don't think a draft is moral, so it's not really a good argument.
Really?
Yeah.
So if this was whatever it was, 1942, and Japan was going to keep doing more Pearl Harbors to us,
We didn't
Unless
have a
we
draft
didn't-
in 1942. People just volunteered.
no, we would have had a draft if they didn't, though.
But they
Like
did.
the draft was right behind that in case, like obviously like that we had enough people to volunteer, so we didn't need to use the draft, but like the draft would have happened if we didn't have enough volunteers. So my whole point is that if we didn't have enough people to volunteer and Japan was going to keep blowing us up if we didn't draft some people, you would agree with me that we probably would have needed to use the draft in that situation to avoid getting like bombed, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was getting pinged a lot.
No, you're fine. If there's it doesn't have to be 1942. If there's a situation where our country's getting invaded, and the only way to put up a force against whoever's invading us is to draft a bunch of dudes to go fight that force, isn't that preferable to just getting taken over?
No, people will voluntarily. I don't need a draft for that. People would just voluntarily do that.
Not necessarily. Look what's
Yeah.
happening in Ukraine right now.
No, that's not true.
Look at what's
People
happening in
absolutely
Ukraine.
volunteered to go into Ukraine, but they need every man, woman, and child. But then again, we're also not Ukraine. I believe that if the United States got invaded in any way, shape, or form, people would openly volunteer. We don't need a draft.
You're kind of missing the point of what I'm saying, though, is that theoretically, if we were in the situation that Ukraine is in right now, would it or would it not be okay for us to draft people?
I don't think so. No.
Really? So you don't think
I don't think
Ukraine
it's
is
moral.
like, morally justified in drafting people to fight out the Russian invasion?
Yeah, I don't think it's moral. I think it's necessary, but I don't think it's moral.
How can it be? How can it be necessary and not moral? That doesn't make any sense.
There's immoral things that sometimes happen that end up being necessary.
But the necessity of it comes from it morally being a good thing to do that, right?
No.
What? That doesn't follow.
So I'm a little lost. Like, where do you? Why don't we go back into the abortion thing?
Yeah, we're getting caught up semantics.
Yeah, again, like I'm just stuck on the fact that women, they should be able to choose what happens to their body. I don't think that should be up to some random politician or a Supreme Court representative, 100 to 1,000 miles away. It just doesn't seem logical to me.
I mean, even if I'm even going to grant you that the limiting a woman's ability to, I guess, terminate the pregnancy that she's undergoing, that is a lesser, I guess, evil than taking someone else's life who didn't have any say in the matter, right?
I just disagree with that. I think that there are certain people that probably ought not have babies, and they need to have the option to not have baby. Like, I think if a girl's like 15 years old and they have their entire life ahead of them, I would consider it to be a moral abhorrence to not give them the option just because they made a stupid decision, being irrational.
Yeah, but you're killing someone else who didn't have any say in it.
No, but it's a fundamental lack of compassion of that individual. Right, like a 15-year-old is going to what? Drop out of high school and start taking care of their kid? Or how about we just give them a fucking abortion because they're a stupid kid?
Even if they had to do that, that would be preferable to them killing someone, right?
No, I think that if they get an abortion, then they will try later on when they are ready to have a child. And then that child will live a much better life as opposed to having a 15-year-old mother. There's also the fact that there's like a huge health problem with it, where like, let's say if they're 15 years old, the probability of there being medical complications increases drastically because they're just much smaller. Their body is smaller. So it's like, why would you risk this? Just because like you have some arbitrary, like, these children must live, when the reality is we know it has nothing to do with children must live. It has to do with control. It's controlling women is really what it is. It's a way that you can use to say, hey, you made a mistake, woman. And so because you made a mistake, you will get the punishment. This happens every single time I talk to a right-winger.
Do you think I don't actually care about the children that are getting killed? You think it's just because I don't like women and I want to like be mean to them or something?
I think that it ultimately does come down to control. I believe that likely from your perspective, I believe that you likely would argue a semblance of control because, for example, if I brought up a different demographic of children, you probably wouldn't give a shit about them. So yeah, I do think that.
We We didn't specify what demographic of children we're talking about. My whole point is that the same.
Yeah,
the same
I know. I'm
principles
saying
apply.
like I know your political beliefs, so
Yeah, that's beside the point. I'm saying that.
yeah, that's
the
a problem.
Okay, just hold on. The same reason that I would say in abstract, right? It's generally speaking not okay to go around killing people, like people who are like adults who've been born and like other thing like that. The reason that's not okay is the same reason it's not okay to kill someone before they're born. Like there isn't a difference. So all this stuff that you're saying about like women's not being able to like have control of their bodies and stuff like that, like that's not like a moot point. Like that's I hear what you're saying. It's just that the principle of not killing people is more important than anything.
No,
like
it's not, because when it comes to like any kind of like social safety nets involving children, it's often completely ignored.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
No, I'm saying that it does have to do with what you're saying, because if you're willing to say not have social safety nets for children or have like maternity leave for children, things that empirically benefit children, the response is, well, I don't really give a fuck about that child. Right? Like, I for example, the number one leading killer of children in the United States is guns. It's underneath cancer, and it's underneath it's underneath car crashes. Should we do something about guns?
Well, actually, the biggest thing to kill children.
Should we do something about guns?
Should we do something about guns?
Yeah, it's killing a lot of children in the United States. If we care about children, wouldn't we do something about that?
Yeah, we should do something about guns.
Really? You would want to have regulations on guns, like red flag laws?
Not necessarily. No, I think we should,
what?
like in areas where there's higher crime, I think we should have.
Oh, the brown people should get rid of the guns. Got it.
Bro, I never. I love when I say the word crime, your mind just goes to brown people.
No, because I know the spiel. I get it.
No, because the whole point is that I'm not trying to have a conversation.
What is your Twitter again? I'm trying to find you. Where are you? Tarmar is bint. Jose.
You realize you have to keep bringing up all this irrelevant shit to make your point. Your point isn't good.
Well, no, I mean because it goes to the same thing. The problem is that I don't believe that individuals should have to like undergo a life-threatening procedure without consent. That's the problem, and it's not me bringing up irrelevant stuff. It was you. You actually required to bring up all sorts of different hypotheticals to gauge out exactly how this works in order to get my position to break. But my position has not changed.
Okay. Just bring it back to what the point you think we disagree on, and we can go from there.
Well, I mean, I believe that individuals should have a say as to whether or not that they have a life-threatening procedure done on them.
I mean, yeah, don't have sex then, right?
See? I fucking called it. Do you see how quick that was? How quick it is for Republicans or right-wingers in general, where it is ultimately about control. I said it from the get-go. I remember when I can say right at the beginning that ultimately what right-wingers want is control. And then there they are, using a child as retribution for an action that the mother had done. That is literally the first thing I said. It's literally the first fucking thing I said, and you went right to it. I showed you the trap.
Wait, hold on. So you understand?
And you stepped right in it.
Hold on. Wait. Anytime the government makes a law that's controlling people, like what are you talking about?
I agree with you. There are certain levels of control which are justified. I don't believe this is a justified form of control.
Okay, I don't really know. That's so ridiculous. It's like there's no.
You said it yourself.
Well, no,
you said that a child should be used as retribution, because It's ultimately
Where did
the
you get
mother's fault for having sex. It's the mother's
Where the hell
fault.
are you getting this retribution thing from? You
Because
went into
that's
this
what
whole
you
thing.
said.
Wait. You went into this whole thing about consent, and you were saying that mothers don't consent necessarily to be having, this procedure done on them. And I'm saying the only reason I brought
Do you
up
think it's
that they
possible to have sex and not have
because-
kids?
I'm sorry?
Do you think it's possible to have sex and not have kids?
That's a stupid question. We both know the answer to it. What's your point?
The answer is it's not reason. It's reasonable to assume that you can have sex and not have kids.
Yeah, it depends on the kind of sex you're having. Depends on all sorts of stuff. Sure.
Yeah. So I just believe that there are instances where mistakes happen. And again, that should be up to the mother to decide whether or not that they want to have that child. Very simple.
Yeah, but the time for deciding that isn't after you've already gotten pregnant. It's before you get pregnant.
No, it could actually be when you get pregnant. And in fact, a majority of the time, it's very early in. They decide, okay, I'm not ready for a child. And by the way, like over 70%, the reason why that they don't have a child is often because of financial incentives, which, by the way, Democrats argue for having more things like maternity leave and things that make it more palpable to having a child. But Republicans don't want that. They want control. They want to control people and tell people what to do. And I have a problem with that.
Hold on. The idea that people aren't having kids because they don't have enough money is 100% just not true.
That is true.
No, it's not. It literally isn't.
Are you saying because poor people have children that therefore it's not about money? Are you aware that a lot of poor people don't make the best decisions in life? And sometimes things are unplanned, but this is beside the point. The point that I'm trying to mention to you is that if somebody gets pregnant, they have a choice as to whether or not that they want to continue on with that pregnancy, because a pregnancy is a life-altering moment. Not only is it a life-altering moment, it also permanently disfigures the body forever.
Sure.
It never returns. I just think that a mother should be able to be the one that is the ultimate decider in that.
Yeah, but you're right to swing your fist at someone else's face. So a mother has her, I agree with you.
Don't even get me started with that. You're a Nazi, dude. Are you serious?
Dude, what's up with
you don't care about the rights of other individuals? You sat there yourself and posting pro-Nazi propaganda on your Twitter, and you're telling me that your fist stops it. You don't even believe that. Where did you get that?
What are you talking about?
You don't even believe that.
You're saying I think it should be legal to go around punching people in the face? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you do not believe that. And I think you know that. If you're sitting there posting pro-Nazi propaganda, then I don't think you care whether or not that there's a fist in your face. And by the way, for anybody who thinks that
you understand
that I'm saying this because right? No, it's not. It's an accurate description of what you are. You've said it yourself.
No, I'm saying we're having a conversation about a specific topic. If you have to bring up some fucking Twitter profile in the middle of a completely unrelated...
Yes, because it's embarrassing.
No, but that's just you saying you don't have an argument, so you're just going to attack me as a person. That's what you're doing right now.
There it is. I've been looking. Okay, by the way, I just want to let you know, okay, guys, this is... I'll just show his Twitter profile.
Dude, what
right?
the fuck
like I'm not I'm not making it up when I'm saying that this guy's an actual Nazi.
Dude, what the fuck? This is so irrelevant. What the fuck are you doing?
I just want to point that out. Did he delete it? No, he didn't delete it. Oh, good. No, he didn't delete it.
I appreciate
He retweeted this. He reposted this. Yeah. And I just want to let you know that for anybody who is anti-abortion, you're arguing with this guy. You don't care about my fist stops at where your nose begins. My dude, you're posting stuff that is clearly, you're not just driving your fist into somebody's nose. You're driving a fist through their entire face, making a fucking crater. How could you say something like that and be that hypocritical? You don't believe in that.
Dude, it's an argument. Like,
You're
it's
posting
a
this.
conversation about an argument. I'm not talking about my personal life. I'm not going to bring up your
But
personal life when we're talking about something that has nothing to do with your personal
do
life.
you actually believe that that your fist stops at where my nose begins? Do you really believe that?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
How far would you go with that? Because I go pretty
how far
fucking
would I-
far with that one.
I'm sorry?
Because I go very far with that one.
What do you mean you go very far? What are you
Well,
saying?
take for example, I look at like the new like Ford F-250s and giant vehicles, and I consider them to be like child killers because they are built so high up that you often can't even see a child who is standing up right in front of it. And there's also the fact that it has a flat front, which often results in much more mortalities than other cars which have a sloped dome to it. And so I call for strong regulations against that type of vehicle because I do believe in your right stop at where your fist meets my nose.
Well, yeah, so...
But
yeah,
when
so
you're
if
sitting there
talking
saying
about-
that you're that you believe in that, I have a problem with that because you post pro-Nazi propaganda on your channel openly. So I have to question, what is your belief in that? I don't know if you actually believe in that thing, or if you do believe in that thing, I would really reconsider what your belief structure is.
So, bro, do you think in the course of this conversation right now, do you think I've lied to you?
No, I don't think you've lied to me. You've been incredibly honest.
Okay, so why are you bringing up all this irrelevant shit then? Why can't we just have a conversation?
Well, I don't think it's irrelevant, right? Because I don't think you believe in that thing. So using that as an argument is not a very good one.
Wait, so if you think that I'm making an argument that I don't believe in, but I'm telling you I believe in it, then I'm lying to you, right?
So let me ask you this. Should we deport immigrants or should we get them a legal pathway to citizenship?
We should deport them.
Okay, so the whole idea of where your fist stops and where the nose begins, that's not a thing to you.
I don't think we should punch immigrants in the face, no.
What do you think deporting them means?
Yeah, I don't think we should physically harm them. No.
What? They don't want to leave. They want to have citizenship.
Okay.
So do we provide them citizenship?
We shouldn't hurt them. We shouldn't kill them.
Do we provide them citizenship?
No, why the fuck would we give random people who aren't citizens citizenship? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, because then they would be legal.
So?
What do you mean? If they're law-abiding citizens, right, besides the fact that they're an illegal immigrant, I don't give a fuck. Come into this country. Come work.
Okay. So what do you want to talk about? Because you keep changing the subject. So what?
All right. Well, I'm still stuck on the abortion thing, where I believe that that a mother should be the ultimate decider because they're the ones that have to undergo the risk. How do you defeat that argument?
How do I defeat the argument?
Yeah. How do you beat that?
So mothers are the ones that undergo the risk in pregnancy. So because they undergo that risk, they should have the ability to terminate their pregnancy.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So if there is a reasonable threat to the mother's life that she's going to get maimed or die as a result of pregnancy, it is completely morally justifiable for someone to give that woman an abortion.
That's virtually all pregnancies.
Not with modern medicine. The vast
No,
majority
modern medicine, I think it's about 15% result in complications. 15%. So, and the problem is that you're not even aware that it can cause a problem until it does. And so the problem that I'm having is that I just feel like a 15%, well, that's just way too damn high. I don't want to see women be forced to undergo that. Not only that, permanent changes to their body. I believe that they should have a decision as to whether or not that they want to go through with that. So, explain to me, how do you pull me out of that?
Yeah, I pull you out of that because the risk of death as a result of abortion for an unborn child is essentially 100%. So that harm is greater than, like, it's greater on average to not have an abortion.
What, they could try again? What do you mean? I don't give a crap about the death of something that you can try again. I could make another one of those in 2 weeks. I don't care about that thing.
I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, I could kill you, and your parents could have another kid and raise another sibling.
I'm 36. I'll be 36 tomorrow.
It's a thought experiment, dude.
But obviously you can't make another one of me. I'm 36.
Why can't we make another one of you?
What do you mean? I have a personality. You're not going to make another one of me. That's not how that works. No, just like how I can't make another one of you. Hell, I don't even think you can make another one of like a newborn baby. You can't.
You having a personality is not why it isn't okay for me to kill you. That has nothing to do with it.
What? That's personhood. Yes, it literally is that. That's exactly what that is. Yes. Yes, a person's personhood determines whether or not that we value that life. We don't value pedophiles, right? Do we value? If we don't value pedophiles, there's probably some virtues that we value a person's life.
No, because pedophiles have done something wrong.
Yes, I understand that. I'm not comparing them to children. I'm saying that it is. You're saying that the personhood is not a thing, but that's literally what we consider to be valuable.
No, it isn't.
Oh my God! All right, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Wait, do you agree with me that pedophiles are people?
They are people, but we obviously value them a lot less than not pedophiles.
Yeah. So what point are you trying to make?
I'm saying it's the personhood that you value.
That I value?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe a fetus has met that criteria. Not at all. And then even so, I still don't believe that fetus therefore has rights over the mother. That's the main problem.
The fetus doesn't have rights over the mother. The fetus is essentially the same rights as the mother, which is why, given
because the mother doesn't have the rights over another person's body.
Can you repeat that?
The mother doesn't have the rights over another person's body. We don't afford that right for anybody.
Yeah, she has a right to her own body, yeah.
Yeah, she has a right to her own body. Yeah, so that means that the child doesn't have a right to destroy that body as they see fit. It's not their body.
Yeah, if the child's gonna kill the mother as a result of her giving birth, then yeah, she shouldn't give birth. I agree with you.
Again, it's also a permanent disfigurement, and that happens with every single pregnancy.
Sure. Yeah, and getting permanently disfigured is less harmful than dying, which is why you shouldn't abort the child.
No, I don't believe that you have a right to, just the same reason why you do not have a right to take someone's kidney just because they can. I don't believe in that. It's just a fundamental disagreement.
Yeah, man, to be honest with you, if that's your position, that's fair. I mean, I just kind of I don't know, through your actions, you have an obligation to be cognizant and respect other people's right to not die. So, but if you don't agree with that, that's fine.
Did you have anything else?
No, that's it, man. This conversation isn't going anywhere. So,
okay.
I'll leave you to it.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Am I crazy in saying that? Maybe I'm nuts. I don't think I'm nuts here, though. I think it's completely logically, it logically follows. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Let's see. Bob Bobro says the fetus is attached to the mother via the umbilical cord. Yes. Into the Break says it is a separate entity. That is why it is important to define person. I mean, I believe that the fetus is a person, but only if the mother cares about it, basically. Yeah. Like, we'll do like double homicide if the mother was planning on having the child and the mother dies because of like a murder or something. But if the mother was planning on an abortion, then it would not surprise me that that is not a double homicide. But we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Justin says, since it's attached to machines via cords and tubes. What are we saying? Hold on. Into the Break says, yeah, Bo, I made a quick blanket statement, so your correction brought more justified nuance. So your argument was to refute my blanket statement, and that was fair. Justin says, so someone is a life depending on if somebody wants them to be a life? Yeah, if they're like growing inside of you, yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think that should be up to you whether or not you want to take care of that child. Yeah. Right? Cuz it's like using up your nutrients. It's permanently disfiguring your body and not for the better. And I just think whoever has to decide is the one that has to undergo that. To me, that seems logical. We got some wine here. Let me see here. What color is wine? It's like, I don't know. That color, I guess. Let's see here. Into the Break says, it's interesting to define a person because Wikipedia's definition excludes people on life support from being a person. That's blatantly wrong. Well, I think like specifically when the life of the person results in, the life of the person can never be improved. Like we know it's never going to improve no matter what. Then it would behoove us to consider, hey, let's unplug that child. I'm getting DM'd. Hold on. Sorry, give me a sec. Let me put on streamer mode because I don't want to like trigger everybody with like, oh, did my thing go off? Into the Break says, Amender, what about late term abortion? Like after the child is born because they will still be dependent on parents' resources. Yeah. So in a situation like that, if you're talking about late term abortion, you do what the late term abortion already is, and that's called an induced pregnancy or an induced birth. You just induce a birth. That's not new. That's pretty typical. Past 25 weeks, they just have the child, and that's basically it. Because it is viable outside of the womb, there's no need to kill the child at that stage. If the parent genuinely does not want the child, then they can just put it up for adoption. And they even can make money off of that, by the way. They make money. A lot of the times adopted children, they, don't have the money. And so being paid is not bad. It's a sad state of affairs, though, that, where we end up commodifying it, I guess. Flashy says, I don't like abortions either, but instead of banning it, I prefer to support access to contraception, sex ed, and well-funded social safety nets to help take care of the child. I couldn't agree with you more. If you want to reduce abortions, that's the way to do it. I don't believe banning abortions is the way to go. I think that empirically results in worse outcomes. Society gets a lot worse by having that. But I do want to hear out your arguments. If you want to talk to a woke liberal, I'm right here. 202-998-5218. I promise I won't call you a Nazi. I just know Tom R is a Nazi. So I like bringing it up. I mean, he is, bro. Look. They posted this, right? Just want to be clear, right? They posted this. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to not be called out for being a Nazi, don't be a Nazi. How about that? Very simple. Don't be a Nazi. Rethink your worldview. That is not the way to go about it. Why is it your responsibility after birth but not before? I believe that it has personhood at that point, as in like we care about it. And because that they are going to grow up and become like a person that is in society, utilizing the system or living within the system, we should try to make it as easy as possible for them to succeed. And so that requires responsibilities on behalf of the child. So things like child support, a requirement to having them educated, requirement to ensuring that they are in a safe and clean environment, access to food and bathrooms is ought to be a requirement. Justin says defining personhood as value isn't good. I don't know what you're referring to. Was that something I said? Or was that something in the comments? I don't like that color. Can I improve that color a bit? Flashy says, I love the Zelda music. You know, it's wild. Like Nintendo, they're super like ornery about like copyrights and stuff. But believe it or not, old video games and like Nintendo games, like they just don't have copyright strikes. Like before, I had a ton of copyright strikes on my stuff because I was just showing my favorite music, just adventure music. And I had like 11 copyright claims. And I was like, okay, accepted. It's not like I'm making any money on the video anyway. The only amount of money that I can make is actually through the super chats and the memberships and stuff, which is really nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. For those who are a member of my channel, it's very nice, very friendly, very good. By the way, if you are not subscribed, consider subscribing. I am a very tiny YouTuber, very, very small. So any amount of attention is, it's fabulous. It just, you know, it does keep me going. It really does. But I tell you what, I calls it like I sees it, guys. I really do. I have this no bullshit-itis where I specifically address the problem directly head on. I don't know if you guys like that kind of style, but let me know if you like, hey, just give them some room to hang themselves before you hang them. Let's see here. Try switching to all messages because you might be seeing top messages. Oh, hold on. Filtering. I'm using the restream thing. I mean, I could just have my own YouTube up. But then why do I have this restream bot thing? Like, what's the point? Let me go to my YouTube channel. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I like the YouTube chat. It's kind of nice. Let's do a live chat. Let's see here. Okay. Into the Break says you can tell gender by 20 weeks. So you can abort if you don't like the gender and you would like to have, and your father know the race, and then you could decide what you do not like. That's a weird way of going about that. I just think people should get the help that they need. I think that's really important. I mean, I suppose there could be like a racial supremacist that's like, oh, abort a child that I don't like. Like, I guess that would be really weird. Into the Break says, Amender, do you have a laptop or a desktop? Tell you what, I will take a picture of my current setup and you let me know how I'm doing. If you're not on my notifications Discord, you should probably join it because I'm going to post it there. Give me a moment. If you want an invite to the notifications Discord, this is it. All it is just notifies you when I'm, you know, doing my thing. There you go. Yeah, I'll take a quick picture and I'll show you. Take a picture so you can see my setup. All right. It's coming. It's coming. I'm going to provide it. Hang tight. Let me get it over to my computer. Base Golf Flashy says, Wind Waker is better than Twilight Princess. Dude, that's not even close. That is not a hot take. Is this thing going to send? Come on, send. Send, you old bastard. Low Key J says abortion is a no-go. Why not just let people decide if they want to do that bad decision? All right, I'm going to post my setup so you can see for yourself in the Discord. In fact, I can actually, honestly, I could just post it here. Here, I'll why is that so grainy? So weird. Yeah, I'll just show you. That's it. That's my setup. Justin said, Hitler was a fan of eugenics done through selective breeding. Abortion based on preference of child characteristics is eugenics. I don't disagree with that necessarily. I mean, I think like if there is like a chance that your child has some sort of malady that like is not good, honestly, like I don't have a problem with them being like, well, I don't want the child to suffer through that, so I'm going to try again. I hope that makes sense. Into the Break says, that's a sick setup. Thank you. Thank you. I've worked very hard on it. That took a very long time to set up. Just FYI. Why is it playing that? Hold on. I got to go back to the Wind Waker music. I can't believe that finished so quick. Oh yeah, an hour already passed. Holy crap. Huh. Huh, huh, huh. We're going to switch over to Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, relaxing ambient themes. Let's go. And I'm going to turn off autoplay. Justin says, doesn't that make the pro-choice position on what a life is dependent on the value of the mother's that places that on the baby? Yeah, kind of. Unironically, what that is, yeah. Justin says it is a nice setup. Thank you, appreciate that. That setup is a long time coming. Like, that was a lot of work to get that set up. Like, that was not an overnight thing. That was like several years of me just kind of slowly collecting money and, managing to be able to pull it off. It's perfect for streaming. Into the Break says, Amender, do you agree with Margaret Sanger? I don't know what she thinks. You have to send me what she thinks, and then I can tell you whether or not I agree with it. Justin says, at Bobro, we should ban abortions because the most consistent can't feel harm or feel anything because, the most consistent stance on when life begins is at conception. I agree that life begins at conception, but we don't care for it just because it's a life. There's lots of people that just because it's a life doesn't mean, okay, we ought to care for that. Like, if Republicans actually believed in those things, then they would argue for all of the social safety nets. They don't actually believe that at all. This is why I'm saying, like, it's about control. It has nothing to do with care of the child. They just say that they care about the child, but then also want, like, no school to pay for, say, school lunches, for example. It's totally inappropriate. Every time I bring up the abortion argument, every freaking time. And every freaking time that I have this discussion with right-wingers, it's always ultimately to punish the mother because the mother had sex. I think that should be marble. This portion here. Or maybe, yeah. Let's see here. Justin says, so when does the value of a mother has the transition to murder? At one point, when does it become murder if the mother no longer sees value in the kid and wants to unalive it? So if they want to keep the child, as in they want to carry the baby to term, it would not be murder. It would be murder to kill that child. But if they feel like that they are not ready to have a child, then it is completely justified to not have that child. That's how I believe anyway. That line art sucks. Man, but I can't be fussing. Got too much work to do on this drawing. Flashy says, same thing with their position on birth control. They really hate abortion. They would love birth control. They just don't want women having sex at all. It is all control. Yes. Yes, I'm glad you notice it. I'm glad we notice it. Flashy and I notice the problem, the hypocrisy behind it. Right? It is not ultimately to take care of the child. They don't care about the child. They just want to control women. Well, you had sex, therefore don't have. That's why you are having a child. You deserve it. It's like a moment of retribution. You're using the child as retribution. It's absolutely abhorrent. It's one of the worst arguments to come out from the right. Into the Break says, that's the argument conservatives have is about paying for asylum seekers and paying benefits to H-1B1 visas. Logical consistency out the window. Yes. Total logical consistency goes out the window. Mine, I believe in a basic thing called human rights. I think like even illegals should be given human rights, and I just think there needs to be a valid pathway to citizenship. And the pathway has become more and more narrow as time has gone on, and it's only gotten worse. And I just think that we need to correct that. GJM says men want to control women and women want to control men. It's a natural consequence of the relationship dynamics between sexes. Well, I don't want anybody to control anybody. I think the only instances of like quote unquote control would probably be with if there's instances of the government where it's like necessary to ensure that people like live good lives. GJM says women do this to maintain their sexual options as they get older. That's some weird incel stuff. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. GJM says, sure, but have the reasoning of a child. You're not even in the dating market anyway. Yeah, but like you'll find quite often right-wingers will say that children who accidentally get pregnant need to carry that baby to term. Absolutely disgusting. Dev says, the Zelda music, LOL. Do you like the Zelda music? I'm doing it because it's, I don't have to worry about a copyright strike. They're annoying. Copyright strikes are annoying. They're just like, this video, this is ours now. I'm like, okay. You played our song for like 11 seconds. You can't, you're not allowed to do that. Bad, Amanda. Bad. Dev says, hell yeah, bro. Zelda Ocarina of Time is a great game. Thank you. If you're not, by the way, if you're listening to this and you are not subscribed, what are you doing? Subscribe, please. Throw me a bone. I appreciate you. Thank you. Mwah. I give you a kiss. I kiss you. Tell you what, subscribe and I won't do that again. Battle music. All right, let's take a look here. We're going to do this curtain, I think. I always like doing clothes. Clothes are fun to draw. Fabrics. Justin says, the primary goal of foster care is reunification, not holding kids until they are adopted like what people think it is. Well, can it be both? Dev says, I've been subbed since you had a debate with Brandon Martinez, LMAO. Thank you. Wasn't Brandon Martinez that one Nazi guy? Who is Brandon Martinez? I'm trying to remember his name. Let me see. Where is he? Debate. I'm trying to see. What the hell is this? Oh my God. April Cox says, do you have a VR headset? I do. I am very cringe in VR. Very, very cringe. Very cringe. It is a whole, it's a whole nother fucking can of worms. Trust me. But I love VR chat. It's really fun. I enjoy it a lot. I think it's great. Coloring, coloring, coloring. Get another color. Do, do, do. Anybody remember Powerpuff Girls? Anybody remembering that shit? Let me remind you. April Cox says, are you on big screen? What? Where's the... Oh my God. I type in Powerpuff Girls coloring and it's literally just people coloring the Powerpuff Girls. All right, let me see if I can find it. Guys, I'm not going to find it. I'm not going to find it. Ain't no way, bruh. And I am not about to play any of these. Yeah, no, we're gonna abandon ship on that one. We're gonna abandon ship. Bobro says, okay, I think that's wrong. If the kids are taken away for neglect and abuse, why should the biological parents get their kids back? And that doesn't negate my arguments. We should have more kids in the system. Yeah, I mean, that is for sure a concern. Let's take a look here. David, HRSM, you liberals voted for brain dead Biden. You want people to believe how we believe you were fooled by basement Biden and you want people to believe you? I want you to read what you just typed. Right? And really sincerely think, whether or not that you have a cogent thought there. Let me read it again. That is actually a really funny response. You liberals. No, you know what? Let's put extra thought into this. All right. I got you, homie. You know what? Let's get the chalkboard. What are we doing? Get the chalkboard. We're getting the chalkboard. It's coming right up. Hold on. Where's my chalkboard? Look at that. All right. Let's break it down. Right? And I want to make sure we use a Candle Bright. We're going to use Candle Bright font. So that way everybody can see really just how intelligent. Okay. Why is that not in Candle Bright? Hold on. All right. I just want you to explain. Explain to the class what you wrote. All right. You liberals voted for a brain dead Biden and you want people to believe you. How can we believe you were fooled by basement Biden and you want people to believe you? Is this a cogent sentence? Let me try to break this down. Okay. You liberals voted for Biden, who is brain dead. Now you want people to believe you. How can we believe you? If you were fooled by Biden. Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, here you go. I made it not brain rotted. All right. Now that we broke it down. You liberals voted for Biden, who is brain dead. Now you want people to believe you? I don't believe Biden is brain dead. I believe that he was very old. I believe that Biden himself suffered from old age just like everybody else. And so he also is known for having a pretty substantive stutter pretty much throughout his entire career. And he'd only gotten slower since. But I got news for you, man. If I had to pick like a dead dog over Biden, or I'm sorry, over Donald Trump, I would pick that dead dog 100 times over. It's not even close. Because at least dead dog just vetoes everything, right? Whereas like Trump legitimately causes harm because of his own stupidity. He doesn't even listen to experts. He's a moron. How can we believe you if you were fooled by Biden? No, other way around. You were fooled by Trump. That's the difference. All right, now that we have broken down the brain rot, I can go back to drawing. We are taking calls. 202 998 5218. David HRSM says, "You still fooled. I cannot believe you." Haha. Joke's on them. I was only pretending to be retarded. Cushy says, dude, true. Cushy says, no dead dogs on the Epstein list. True. True. Oh my God. Get a better worldview. Like, be like less of a terrible person. I don't know what to tell you. Right? Maybe not curtail the pedos. How about that? It's okay on the liberal side. Become a liberal. It's much comfier here. We vibe better. You also get invited to more parties. I promise you that. I promise you that. You will get invited to way more parties. Nobody likes the hardcore Republican at the party, bro. No one likes that guy. Everyone's like, how do we get rid of this guy? Let's see here. They're asking Bobro questions. You're more Bobro. See, you're more popular than me. See how that works? Oh, this is a cozy theme song. Lon Lon Ranch. Wait, is this Lon Lon Ranch? No, this is Kakariko Village. What am I doing? Am I stupid? Lon Lon Ranch. What am I? A zoomer? You think I'm a zoomer? I know this is Kakariko Village. All right. It's kind of a little gray looking. Let me see if I can improve that. I don't know if I like that color. Let me repair that. Much better. David HRSM says, can't party with sissies. No. Try again. Can't party. There you go. Just can't party. Renimke says, so instead of a real argument with evidence, you just insult the guy and call liberals nice and more fun to be with. Bro, did you hear what they said? I think you just got here. You just got here. By the way, we are taking phone calls. If you want to have a real argument, just call me. 202-998-5218. Pick up your phone. Type 202-998-5218. I answer the phone, and then we can have a real argument instead of me just peering over the comments and then responding to the comments. Real arguments aren't made through comments. Real arguments are made when you call. Yeah, that look good. All right. Let's see here. David HRSM says, do you have a brain? Yes. I do. I do. Remimki says, I am in the Netherlands. You're in the Netherlands? Bro. If you're in the Netherlands, I'm actually going to Amsterdam in about 10 days. No, actually, wait. Less than 10 days. No. Soon. Where should I go? I'm going to Amsterdam. Where should I go? What should I do? David HRSM says, women are men too. Ah, transphobia too. Sick. Like I said, just call. I mean, if you disagree with trans people, I'm more than happy to have the discussion. Justin says, conscious, I think he's talking to Bobro. Renimki says, yes, an OOW, and I am from Limburg, which is on the other side of the country. I'm basically a tourist myself when I go to Amsterdam. All right, so maybe you're not the person I should be asking. I got some suggestions on where to go, and I bought tickets. I'm excited. Can't wait. Can't wait to be there. Can't wait to see everything. Gotta pack my sweater. Extremo says abortion is not good. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. The question is not whether or not it's not good. The question is whether or not it should be illegal for someone to access an abortion. That's what I think. Base Got Flashy says, when will anyone man up and call? Dude, true. David, HRSM, says, why call? You insane. Dude, it's so often, whenever I see people talking like this, I like pulling up their stuff. And it's always just a total fucking NPC. They can't even be fucked to have a profile picture. Total NPC. Just a number. Random. You know? What is this playlist? David shit? All right. All right. Just total NPC. Every fucking time. I don't know what to do. Hey, dude, like I said, if you want to have a discussion, just call. Just call. And we'll have an honest discussion. I won't even make fun of you. We'll have a discussion. Call in. Show me that you are not an NPC. Some random, just who cares person. I get about 1,000 of you. Justin says, I actually should go. Take care, y'all. See you later, Justin. If you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. I try to stream when I can get around to it. And usually you get to see my pretty face as opposed to a cartoon. Yeah. Bobro says, Yeah, women's rights are more important than some non-sentient life. Correct. David HRSM says, you a Biden loser. You fall for Biden. Brain dead. Wow. Insightful. Incredible. You know what? I'm convinced. I had it all wrong, guys. Guys, I had it all wrong. This whole time, Biden, hold on, let me repeat it. Biden loser, you fall for. By the way, it's 1-0, not 2. It's also Y-O-U, not just like a U, right? Like, so like we're going to do loser, right? It's actually loser, right? And instead of a U, I'm try U, right? Dev says, what is this art you're creating for? I am making this for my tabletop role-playing game that I've been working on for a very long period of time. And it's just a crap ton of work that I have to do. Sandbags. Dev says cool beans. David HRSM says Biden couldn't answer questions from the media. As opposed to Trump, who basically pivots all the time. Also, Biden did answer questions from the media. Aha, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up, Amender?
Oh, shit, it's Extremo.
Hell yeah, bro. Just finished that 14-hour drive home, bro.
Oh, man. Sorry, we couldn't see each other. That would have been cool.
Yeah, you live a little farther, but
too far.
I did promise you an abortion debate, man. So I'll give you a short one.
All right. Let's hear it.
I mean, you know, my position is abortion is not good, right? You agree on that?
I think it depends. Like, I would say, like, if there's like a 15-year-old that's just being stupid and they got pregnant, you should probably get an abortion. I think an abortion is a good idea in that situation. Would you say that that's a good idea?
No.
Why? They should be forced to carry the child to term?
Well,
think about your daughter, bro. Your daughter.
Well, yeah, no, we've had this conversation before, man. I'm raising a kid.
Yeah, I know. So, like, I would imagine. Right?
It's not a...
Well, but let's say your kid is, you know, they were intensely stupid. They made a dumb decision. That you know, let's say, you know, that truth or dare game, it just got way too rowdy. Can happen, right?
I mean, sure.
Okay, you weren't there, and it happened.
Right.
Now your daughter's pregnant.
Okay.
Not only are they pregnant, it's like some loser boy. You'd be like, and they're 15 years old, right? They have a high chance of mortality because their body is not fully there yet.
No, if you live in America, you don't have a high chance of mortality.
At 15? Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
What's the survival rate for births in America?
So for a fully grown adult woman, there is a 15% chance of complications. But I'm saying your daughter is 15, dude. The chances of there being complications is pretty much 100%. And
I mean, I don't know
there
about
is a
that.
great deal of mortality that's involved there. So I'm asking you, right?
What's
Should
the-
they be forced to
Okay, well-
undergo that pregnancy? I say no.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, yeah.
God.
Because well, yeah, bro. I mean,
It's terrible.
unfortunately, I mean, I wouldn't refer to
There's
it as a
consequences for
consequence,
their
but
actions.
no, I wouldn't refer to it as that, but that's what it is.
Okay, see,
You know,
but this is what I mean,
and
man. It's the
for-
retribution
But
problem.
like the problem is, it's not retribution, bro.
It
I know
is.
you were gonna go there, but the problem
It
is
is.
that no, essentially, bro, it's just that we're biologically designed to reproduce with the act of sex, bro. We just are.
Well, I mean,
think it's
I think it's
important for a
reasonable to
parent
assume
to
that
guide
all
their
not all
child.
not all sex is pregnancy, right?
Sure. I mean, it's not guaranteed for everybody. But
Okay, but if you're
the
wearing
way
a
to get
condom,
pregnant
I
is
think
through
you're
sex.
good. I think you're pretty much good. Like it's like 99.99%. Like it's very, very high. It's so high that you may as well just say it's 100%. You know, it's
Right.
like the Lysol bottle, right? It's like oh, kills 99.999% of the bacteria. It's 100%. High enough.
Well, the problem is that, I mean, and this is the gotcha, right, Amanda? Because this is the gotcha that I always get you with. This is that, do you think it's good when children have sex? Do you think it leads to good outcomes?
No, I don't think it leads to good. I think you need
Okay,
to practice
right,
safe
so-
sex. And
No, I understand that, but
I
that's
also
not the
think it's
question.
I also
I'm
think it's
asking you
inevitable
whether
that
in
children end
general-
up having sex with one another because
it's not.
they're
No,
kids and
most-
they're going through hormones. Very natural. It
Most
happens.
kids, bro, hold up. Most kids don't have sex. Like
What?
90% of them do.
No,
don't have
no,
sex.
no, no.
It's just
No.
factual, bro.
No,
I
bro.
think that it's not a small percentage, but for sure.
I got news for you,
what
man.
can
When I
do-
was going
what-
through my
what you
teens, man, 15, 16 years old,
Uh-huh.
bro, we be fucking.
Well, look, listen.
What are
bro.
you talking about?
Here's the thing, right? Like first
Hormones
and
were
foremost, my
raging,
claim is
dude.
that
The
most
parties
sure,
you would
I
go to, you
understand
don't
that, bro.
remember this?
No, yeah, but the thing is let me finish making my points, right? Because it's really important for me to establish a baseline for my reasoning, right? Because then I could just sound like a person that wants children to have sex and be forced to have unwanted pregnancy.
All right, well, let me stop
And
you
that-
right there. Right?
That does sound
Just
irrational,
stop for a
right?
second.
But
Stop.
if you understand
Just stop.
the basis
Stop.
of my argument,
Stop.
it sounds more reasonable.
Stop for a second.
Right? So like
Stop.
the basis
Just stop. CDC reporting stating
Uh-huh.
over half of U.S. teens have had sexual intercourse by age 18. 55% of male and female teens have had sexual intercourse by age 18. And approximately 80% of teens use some form of contraception at first sex.
a lot of lying kids out there, bro. But look, okay. it
Well,
doesn't matter.
come on, man.
Well, no. I mean,
Most teens
okay,
are
bro,
having
this is-
sex. That's my point.
Some teens are having sex.
Oh, my
but
God,
let
bro.
let me establish my baseline reason, right? My position. One, we've already established, but you agreed, children should not be having sex. It's not. It doesn't.
Well,
it's
no, I'm
not a
saying
good
no. I'm
thing
saying
when
not
children have sex.
that teens should be
right?
having sex or shouldn't be having sex. I'm saying it's inevitable that teens
No,
will be
it's
having
not-
sex.
No. What we said
I believe it is
that
inevitable,
it's a
and
bad
the
thing.
solution
What-
to this is
but
to
we
ensure
agreed
that
it's not a good thing.
No, but the solution for that problem, right, of teens having
Mm-hmm.
sex, is not no sex. The solution to teens having sex is, hey, here's a safe way to have sex because we know you gonna be fucking.
Well, no, we don't know that. Right?
Yeah,
They
we
want
do.
to, but
What do
they
you
don't-
mean?
You know,
Yes, we
Well,
do
again,
know
right?
that.
let's establish a baseline of reason so that you can understand my position, because then you can understand it, right? One, we have already agreed children having sex, not a good thing.
I didn't
Right?
say that.
Well, well then answer a yes or no question. Super simple. Is it good when children have sex?
I think it's inevitable. I don't think it's good or bad.
Okay.
I think to label
do
it
you
as
think-
good or bad
do you
is not
think-
really the
Hey, bro, do you think
gauge
being
here.
set on fire is a good thing for you? Yes or no?
that's a bad thing. I don't like being set on fire.
Do you think think getting hit by a car is a good thing or a bad
That's
thing?
a bad thing.
Okay, why is it a bad thing to get hit by a car? Why is it a bad thing to get set on fire?
Because it causes damage to you.
Right, okay. Thus, is it a good thing or a bad thing for when children have sex? For children to have
It's
sex?
neither good or bad. I just think we
Okay.
need to practice safe
you
sex.
Do you think that children having sex results in good outcomes?
Typically no. Typically no. It's
Okay,
not resulting
so-
good outcomes.
Right. So it's logical for you to then make the claim that children having sex is not a good thing.
No, because I just think
Okay.
it's inevitable. To label it as a bad thing is like, okay, well then therefore
It's inevitable
children
that
should
people are
not
gonna
be
get hit by cars,
children
so-
are not be having yeah. So then what we do is that we don't say don't drive cars anymore. We say, hey, wear seatbelts, have regulatory standards for the safety of the car. You know, we have rules that say, hey, if you plan on, you need to check your eyesight, you know, you have to have driver's license. Great example. Very good example. I think you're figuring out what I'm trying to say to you.
No, I think that we teach our kids not to get hit by cars, bro, or not to set themselves on fire.
Yeah.
Right. So that's
But
my
it's not the
position,
same
right? My
thing
point-
as
it-
being
it's-
set.
it's
I don't.
not the-
Wait. Do
being
you
set
think
on fire and
having
getting hit by
having?
a car, bro, are not
Wait,
the
hold
same
on,
thing,
hold on,
bro,
hold on,
because
hold on, hold
logic
on. Let me
is
ask you
bad.
this, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you like having sex?
I'm an adult.
Yeah. Do you like having sex?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So if you like having sex, but do you like being set on fire?
No.
Okay, so it's not the same thing.
Mm.
Being set on fire
The
is
same
not
as
the
what-
same thing. But can it
the
be harmful?
point that I'm
No, hold on.
making,
Can it
though-
be harmful for you to have sex?
As an adult,
Yeah.
you give me the instance in which it would be harmful for me to have sex.
Well, you could, for example, your wife has an STD and you're not aware of it.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? Like if my wife has an STD, I don't even want to give that this argument any more legs. What I'll do is if a person has sex, an adult person has sex with another person that has an STD, right? Are they putting themselves at risk of getting that STD?
Well, I mean, a person can get an STD
From
by
having sexual
by
intercourse with another
touching
person.
the wrong thing.
Sure, but
You could touch a fucking
You can get-
turnstile, bro, and
yeah, I get
and
it,
get a
bro,
goddamn
but after-
STD if you scratch your cooch.
respond to the hypothetical, please.
What's your hypothetical? I don't.
Now, can a person get an STD from having sex with a person with an STD?
Yes.
Okay. Can a person get pregnant from having unprotected sex, or even protected sex?
Yes.
Just having sex in general.
Yes.
Okay. Is it good when children? Typically, is it a good thing when children get pregnant?
I don't think it's good or bad. I mean, I think if you have a couple of
think it's
kids
good
that
or
are
bad?
exploring themselves and they're doing so safely, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's an all right thing. There's nothing. I think it's like
that's not-
morally neutral in that situation.
That's not what I asked. I would appreciate if you respond to the question directly.
Yeah, it's not a yes or no. It's
It
there's
is
variance
a
to that.
very easily gauged yes or no.
No, it's not. I
Generally,
gave you my
a good
reasoning
thing
why.
when-
It's complex.
Well, no, it's. I mean, I think that you're a reasonable person. I'm a reasonable person. I could answer that question.
Yeah, I
pretty
just think it
simply.
depends. It depends on the situation.
No, I don't think it depends. As
Like
much
if
as you're
a
trying to
teen
frame
is
it.
is having sex with somebody that is overage, that would be bad, very bad. Right, but if a teen is they're
If a-
sitting there and
if a
they're just
14-year-old
exploring their bodies alongside other teens, whatever, it'd be kids are kids. They're gonna be kids.
If a 14-year-old
That's what they do.
and a 14-year-old have sex, and one of them gets pregnant, does that generally result in a good outcome?
That's a bad
or
outcome.
negative
Yeah, that's a
outcome?
very negative
Okay.
outcome. That's why I argue for
Right.
abortions.
So this is the problem, Amanda, right? You're answering the question and then going back, right?
No, I'm not.
Like you-
No,
You need to maintain this, right? So we've already established that two things, right? Children getting pregnant is generally a bad thing.
Yeah, well, it's a socioeconomic issue, but yeah.
Right. There's many reasons, right? Obviously, like children's.
Well, the main thing is that they're a child themselves. They're not even capable of taking care of a child, so it would be very bad outcomes for that child generally without the parents' involvement.
Right. Do you think that a child? Well, I don't think. I think it's been like scientifically proven at this point, but is this a true statement? Children that are victims of childhood sexual abuse will participate in risky sexual behavior.
Repeat that? What?
More likely than not.
What?
Yes or no?
What?
Victims of childhood sexual abuse are more likely to participate in risky sexual behavior. Yes or no?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. That sounds like an awful statistic to measure. Jesus Christ.
I mean, it is a measurable statistic, bro, and it's been proven that victims
I've
of
never heard
childhood
of that,
sexual abuse.
but okay.
Well, you should look into it, bro. I mean,
Oh,
it's
but
not
what's
a
your point?
difficult thing to. The point is that, from my perspective at least, this is my opinion, I've noticed that the children that did have high amounts of sexual activity were generally children that either were they weren't reared correctly, as in, like, their parents didn't explain to them.
Oh, come on. Was I reared correctly? I mean, what is this?
Yeah, or were victims of sexual childhood abuse.
Well, I wasn't a victim of sexual abuse, but, I mean, you're a horny teenager. That's what happened.
Yeah, I get it, bro.
You go to parties and you're having fun, and then these things happen.
I think that sexuality,
and then you
like
get the birds and the bees talk,
of psychology, bro. Like I think Freud like emphasizes that, right? Like a lot.
I don't like to use Freud as a good.
Well, I'm just saying that many different people have noticed. I mean, many psychologists have noticed that, right? That sexuality is an important component of your consciousness. Now, the problem is that I think that again, these are things that we can agree on, right? There is healthy sexual behavior, and then there's unhealthy sexual behavior. Can you agree on that? Not everything sexual is good. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, right? So we should be teaching our children good, healthy sexual behavior, right?
Yeah, safe sex, yeah.
Well, okay. What is the safest? What is the safest behavior when it comes to sex?
Are you going to say abstinence?
Well, I'm only going to say abstinence in the sense that it is the only
to not
way
have
to
sex,
guarantee to not have.
The problem with this argument is that it doesn't actually result in beneficial outcomes to argue for abstinence. The problem is that children, they're just going to have sex. That's just what happens.
No.
Yes.
No, most kids don't have sex. I think that
I presented you statistics that prove you wrong. You have to acknowledge this reality.
What statistics, bro?
55% of kids before they are 18 have had sex.
Based on what?
CDC records.
CDC records
yes.
Reported by in what way? How did they how did they gather that information?
I'm just going to trust the CDC. I mean, do I need to bring up the? I mean, if it was perfect in every single way, you still wouldn't agree with it.
Well, I hold up, bro. So you're telling me that a study based on a poll created by asking children whether they had sex is a valid way to?
I don't know how they measured it. I'm saying that 55%
that's what
of
I'm
kids
asking. Like, how did they get that? Did they
have had sex by the time they turned 18.
Right, but how do you get that information? How do you get to that? How did they get to that?
I'm saying that I don't think it matters what what the methodology is. I think you're not going to care.
It absolutely does.
All right, let's pull this up.
No, right. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's
fine. We'll pull it up.
I think it's extremely valid.
No, it's. Right? I don't think so at all.
Well, you don't think it's valid to criticize the way, a source is gathered, bro?
Well, it is. I don't think you're gonna care.
Well, I think that you're being unreasonable by making that
Methods.
determination.
Data source. The report is focused on combining NSFG data from 2011-2013 and 2013 to 2015, resulting in a data file of 4 years of interviews that spanned between 2011 and 2015. The two data sets together contained a total of 20,621 interviews, 11,300 with women and 9,321 with men, all aged 15 to 44. These interviews included 4,134 with teenagers, 2,047 females, and 2,047 males aged 15 to 19. NSFG has administered through face-to-face interviews and represents men and women aged 15 to 44 in a household population in the United States, including persons temporarily living away from the household in a college dormitory, sorority, or fraternity. Further details on the sample design, variance, estimation, fieldwork procedures for the most recent NSFG surveys were published previously, 14 to 16. Earlier NSFG surveys presented here included in 1988, 1995, 2002 in periodic surveys, and 2006 to 2010 continuous survey. Also presented are statistics from the 1988 to 1995 NSAM, a national panel of survey never married male teenagers conducted by the Urban Institute that is administered face-to-face and designed to yield information parallel to that of female teenagers from the NSFG 18. The earliest surveys align up.
I just want to make sure I understood what you're saying. First, I think the methodologically is that they just interviewed guys, right? From what you just said. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying that they pulled from multiple different surveys getting this information. And it wasn't just like asking kids. It was also asking adults who are going through their teen years. So
Right. So it counted like, college kids and stuff like that, I'm assuming?
No. It's asking people 19, who are adults whether or not that they had sex prior to turning 18.
Yeah. How do you test the validity of their claims?
You can't. You have to ask them. No, you just ask them.
That's my point. My point is that, bro.
Okay, so it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You're so right.
Well,
come on, man. That's so disingenuous. Come on.
I mean, you were in high school, bro. Like, people were not fucking left and right. Like,
yeah, they were. What are you talking about?
It's different for me because I went to school in the ghetto. It's different, right? But
what?
I can even tell
You're telling me people weren't fucking in the ghetto. Come on.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, they be fucking.
Even having lived in the ghetto, bro, going to school in a school that was in the ghetto, like...
That is wild.
Only like 25% of the kids were fucking, bro. And
you don't know
I can tell you... Well, I do know that.
How do you know that?
I don't know
Where did you
exactly.
Get that? How do I trust how do I trust what those kids said?
What do you mean?
How do I trust what those kids said to you?
Dude,
you're using your personal experience over an actual survey
not.
Data, and you're like, well, I don't trust that survey data. This is why I didn't want to waste my time reading the data because it didn't matter. You were just going to dismiss it no matter what it said.
Well, okay, look, I'm not even going to...
Listen, my personal anecdote doesn't agree with you. Like, what?
Well, no. I think that everybody, all the viewers that you have can resonate with their experience and make a...
Yeah, I think a lot of the people are going to be like, yeah, dude, we be fucking.
Yeah, bro.
That happens. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's high school, dude. Are you kidding?
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, bro.
All those parties, all the fucking truth or dares, all the drinking games. Are you kidding?
Do you think that results in a net positive for society?
I think it depends. I think if you practice safe sex, it's benign. But I think if you're not practicing safe sex and it's yes, very dangerous, very bad.
Right. Do you think that children are capable of consenting?
No. I mean, maybe if there's two dumbass kids and they're both dumbasses and they're doing dumbass shit, but like an adult and children, no, 100% no.
That's not what. Okay, no, it doesn't change because an adult is.
Yes, it does. It's a power dynamic difference.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
If they are capable of consenting, it doesn't matter, right? But if they're not capable of consenting, then it doesn't.
I think they can consent amongst one another as kids. They themselves can do that. They can.
Cannot.
Sure, they can.
No, they cannot.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You're right. They're never having sex, Extremo. Because they
Amanda,
can't consent. Sex never
Be
happens.
reasonable, bro. Okay.
Yeah, I am
what
being
is it-
reasonable.
Why is it? Hold up. Answer this simple question. What is it about a child that makes them not capable of consent legally?
Because I believe that in areas where there's like a meaningful amount of risk, I think like what happens is that there's like a power dynamic there where it's like a person, if they're not of reasoning sound mind, I don't believe that they can enter into a verbal contract.
Agreed, 100%. Why does that change when it comes?
Yeah, because there's
with
two stupid ass
children as
kids.
opposed
Because
to-
there's two stupid ass
Right,
kids. That's
that
why.
means there's two stupid ass kids that are not capable of consent.
No, they are no between one another. I think so. They can consent to one another. They'd be
No,
like, "Hey,
bro,
you want to
that
have sex in the
doesn't-
closet?" And
how
then they
does
go,
that
"Okay,
make
yes."
sense, bro? Okay,
And then
so
they
when
have
it
sex
comes
in
to
the
two
closet
kids,
because
now they're
that's
not-
what happens
now
at the
more
Truth or Dare
capable of
games.
consent. Like now they're more capable of reaching
Jesus.
compared to.
This is such a
That
weird
doesn't make any
conversation.
sense, Amanda. No, think about it, bro.
No,
Think
it
about
makes
what you're
perfect
saying right
sense to me, man. I don't know what
now.
to
It
tell
makes
you.
Perfect sense.
Whether or
Okay,
not we
what
even
is
argue
it?
this semantic does not remove the fact that kids,
Not
they're
semantic,
they're
bro. It's
going,
super
they have
simple.
sex.
It's a logical fallacy that you're
You know,
making,
they
bro.
they end
It's-
up having sex in high school. They do.
Amanda, what you're doing is a logical fallacy, bro.
No.
How is it different when it involves two children, which you admit are not legally able to consent, but it changes when it comes to an adult?
Yeah, because there's two
being
dumbass
very
kids.
fact-
They're not. There's no power dynamic
Then
there.
there's
The
two
power dynamic
dumbass
erodes
kids that are
away.
not capable of consent. They're not to each other.
Yeah, I mean,
they're-
whatever.
they're-
Yeah, again, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I guess we have to agree to disagree there.
Well, you're wrong about that when I caught you on a logical fallacy there, but that's not even the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that I mean we base our laws generally based on things that we consider would produce a good what is it called? Sorry, man, I just drove a shit ton of hours. Good outcomes. That's how we base our laws, logically, right? Because that's how you can determine what a good law is compared to a bad law. It's just that it results in a net positive outcome for society.
I don't even think you believe in that.
I do believe in that. That's why I live in Texas, where I think that life is better.
Is it a net
If I
positive
didn't
outcome to
believe
kick
that,
out the illegals?
I think that there's a lot of positives to kicking
You're
out
so funny.
criminals, bro. I think that
Yeah.
I could make a convincing
Yeah,
argument.
you're gonna
that
be
you
the
would
one
agree
working
on.
out on those farms.
Amanda, you know what I do for a living.
I'm just asking.
Well, you know what I do for a living.
You know.
Well, the point being is that the argument that I have, the position that I have is that abortion is a net negative for society.
But it's a net negative to
Because
kick out all the immigrants.
Not all of them. I mean,
No, but it is a
some
net
immigrants,
negative.
not all of
It
them.
is.
I mean, and
Like
sometimes,
empirically, it
yes,
is.
but
Like that. I'm not
net
saying that like
positive.
that's my opinion.
It's a
That's
net positive.
that's empirically the case. That's not a net positive.
You think it's good to have a sect of the society that does not have guaranteed rights and has the ability to forego?
Yeah, I would
legal
want to give
system
them rights.
when committing crimes,
Yeah, I would want to give them rights.
even if they're criminals.
I don't believe that an illegal immigrant should be labeled as a criminal.
But what if they're like a violent rapist?
Then yeah, we can label them as a criminal.
Okay, so do you think it matters whether they're illegal or not?
Most illegal immigrants, yeah, yes, exactly. It doesn't matter.
Okay, but the problem is that how do you know if they are or not?
Well, you wait for them to commit a crime, and then when they do the crime, that's when you arrest them.
Right. If you could find out whether if they committed the crime, right? Like, let's say they committed a crime in their country of origin, and they come over here, right? And their country of origin being a shithole does not keep good records of that. Do you think that it would be valid for the citizens of America to have the ability to at least recognize who is coming into this country? Like, how do we recognize whether a person is a criminal or not if we don't know who they are?
Well, so I would
Like,
say, like, you have to come up to the border. You come up to the border,
Uh-huh.
and if you're not on the OFAC list, you're not on the no-fly list, you don't have any communicable diseases, here's your green card, SA.
Uh-huh. What if you're like a violent rapist and you don't want to be...
Yeah, you're not on the
you don't
OFAC
support-
list. You're not on the no-fly list.
Right.
Oh, and I also didn't mention the if you're not on a criminal database of your home country, violent criminal, specifically violent criminal.
Right. Okay, what if... Do you think it's good that we... I think we jumped in conversation, but just to be clear, bro, I think it's...
Well, no, I mean, you seem to argue. You seem to argue that that a law is only good. You know, we should follow things if it leads to beneficial outcomes, and I don't think you actually believe in that because that's not consistent based on your worldview, right? Because the worldview that you're holding is that, hey, by the way, if they're an illegal immigrant, we should kick them out, even though it empirically leads to worse outcomes.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It actually leads to better outcomes for communities.
You were wrong about that. Both economically, morally, no matter what outcome that I present to you, it is a negative outcome.
No, it's not, because I'm under, like, again, right? I can break down.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You are. No, well, I can break down how inconsistent you are on this position, bro. Really simply, right?
All right, go for it.
Because, like, for example, do you think that there should be an unlimited amount of migration into this country?
I think there's probably an amount that is like acceptable. In which case, if that was the question,
What's the amount?
I don't know.
What's the amount?
I would probably get with like experts that actually know what's going
What does
on,
the
as
expert
opposed
say?
to like.
What do the experts say? What do the experts say?
They don't have a number. I don't have a number for you.
So they just don't have a number.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to say, okay, what's the maximum?
so
and then, like, if there was a problem with that, it would be a matter. It would be a question. It would be a question of stop. It would be a question of like, okay, if we can't handle this X amount of people, okay, build that X amount of things, so that way we can build our economy, make it big and booming. That would be what I would do, right? But that's a question regarding. Yes, we've done it in the past. We can do it again.
We can. Okay, so again, right? The question is, should there be a limit to the people that can migrate into this country?
Yeah, again, if there is a limit, build it so there's not a limit.
All right. But if we're to build for a unlimited amount of migration, then you're essentially saying we should just build an unlimited amount of homes.
Well, there's not an unlimited amount of people on planet Earth, and we don't have an unlimited amount of people coming to the United States.
Well, now hold on, right? Like, I think it would be a reasonable claim for me to say that if you were to ask the majority of people in third world countries whether they would want to live in their country of origin or America, do you think it would be reasonable to say that most, if not all of them, would say they would rather live in America?
Well, now, no, most would not want to live in America. We actually have a brain drain problem.
You think that like most people in like fucking the Congo would rather live in the Congo than America?
Oh, I'm sure they would want to live in America in comparison to the Congo.
Okay, what about South America?
No, I think now they want to go to Europe.
Well, I mean, Europe is reasonable. They don't take in as many immigrants.
Not true.
Well, no, actually,
they have a viable pathway to citizenship, and it's not marred with a bunch of different weird legal tapes.
Right, but
it's like, hey, here's what you got to do, and then it's that simple.
Like, can you give me a single country that has just like an unlimited intake of immigrants?
I don't think any country can physically have that.
Right, I don't think we can either. So obviously, it's reasonable to make the claim that there shouldn't be an unlimited influx of immigrants. Essentially, what we have.
Well, I'm saying it's a matter of if it's a matter of supply, then no problem. We got
Yeah,
some, we
it's just
can
an
we can
economic
we can
issue,
have
right?
some
You can't make
we can have some fixes for that, right? But it's never a matter of supply. No one ever talks about quotas like that. Really, what it ends up being is, well, these are brown people. Brown people make me uncomfortable. I don't like them, and they tend to vote Democrat, and so I don't like them.
Well, I mean, I'm brown.
I know you are, but just so you're aware, your boy Trump thinks this.
Well, I don't see that.
Okay, well, he does.
I mean, I think it's unreasonable and, quite frankly, racist for you to insinuate that he has this position on brown people.
Well, no, I know
simply
he has
because
that position.
You think that we are, like liberal when we're just not.
Well, I know he has that
Right?
position.
It's
He's held those racist
Well-
positions for a long time. This isn't new. Like, I've read multiple books on this guy. He's even gotten into lawsuits over discriminating people on the basis of race.
No, I think that's sometimes justifiable. The point
Whether
is that,
racism
like,
is
that makes-
justifiable?
I mean,
Why don't you give me an example of justifiable racism?
Well, I wouldn't call it racism, but to assume certain
Good luck.
properties based on a person's race. Well, like if you were to remember the taco scenario that me and you had a long time ago.
That doesn't make it justifiable.
Okay, well that's the point that I'm making. It's not always unreasonable to make assumptions based on people's race. Just in case you guys didn't know, in the call, Amender once asked me if it was racist to assume that because I'm Mexican that all I do is eat tacos while I was eating a taco.
That's a really funny moment, by the way.
Yeah, it was. It was fucking hilarious. But the point is that because you can make assumptions of people based on their culture. You know, I don't think that's an unfair thing to do because I do believe in that. I mean, I'm so consistent in this. That's why I'm saying that to bring it back to the abortion debate, I don't think abortion is good because I don't think the things that lead to abortion justify abortion. I think that generally.
Well, I think that a child is not a reasoning person, and that if they make a mistake, they should have a way out.
You don't believe that. You don't believe that.
I do believe that. What do you mean?
You believe that
if a child makes a mistake, yeah, we should help him out. Help out the dumbass kid. It's a dumbass kid.
Yeah,
They're dumb.
Help them out.
Kids are dumb. They do dumb things.
Give them food stamps. Help the kids with schooling. Like do all that. Don't make it a monolith to immediately go towards abortion. I think abortion is abhorrent because you're ending the life of a child. I think that.
Well, I think that needs to be a decision made by the parent, not a politician or a Supreme Court judge 100 to 1,000 miles away.
Sure, but I'm looking at morals here, right?
No, I don't find that to be moral because the Republican politician ain't gonna fucking take care of that kid. It's the parent that has to take care of that kid. So no, I don't even think it's moral either.
Well, the parents should take care of the kid, but I think that.
Well, I'm saying the parent has to take care of the kid. So because they have to take care of the kid, and the Republican not only is not going to take care of that kid, but they're actually going to actively make it harder to be a parent. That is the problem.
How so?
Well, wanting to get rid of food stamps, wanting to get rid of Medicare, Medicaid, wanting to get rid of child safety programs, wanting to defund SNAP, wanting to increase work requirements. Yeah, these are all things that Republicans like pushing. They like to push on that self-reliance thing. Heck, they even have specific laws regarding SNAP benefits that if you're a single mother and not working, that you should have your SNAP taken away. That's literal food out of children's mouths, bro. That's fucked up.
You should be. If you have kids, there should be one working parent minimum.
Yeah,
in the
if they're
family.
single, then they probably need the help more than anyone else, bro.
Yeah, work.
What if they can't work?
Then figure it out.
Yeah, fuck them. That's literally the answer. The answer is to the Republican.
not fuck 'em.
Fuck them. I don't give a
live in
fuck.
America,
Figure it out. You're a dumb motherfucker. Stop being poor and broke and a loser, and that's how you do it. And this is the problem, man. Republicans don't give a shit about parents. They don't give a shit about the kids. They don't. They don't. They just act. They want control, not taking care of kids. They don't care about the kids. They never did.
Okay. First and foremost, we care about the kids so much that we advocate for a way that guarantees that they are not in the situation. Whereas
I disagree.
Your position is roll the dice, essentially.
No, my position is help people. That's my position. It's not
Okay.
roll the
Let's
dice.
start-
My
let's start
position is,
at the
hey,
baseline
let's
of
go
the-
out of our
the
way to
baseline
help
of the
people.
argument. No. Let's start with the baseline of the argument.
Yeah,
My
let's start with the
position is
baseline.
Children having the baseline is my position is children having sex generally leads to negative outcomes. You're saying it depends, right?
Well, I'm
The
saying
reason
that
you're saying
kids.
it depends is because it's
I
a
don't
roll
think
of
you
the
can
dice,
prevent.
right? If the kid
I don't
wore a
think that you can
condom,
prevent
then you think
kids.
it makes
Stop.
them
I don't think you can
justifiable.
prevent kids from having sex. I think they're going to have sex with one another. Why? Because they're
come
going
on,
through
bro.
puberty, and it's like insane out there, bro. Like, and I guarantee you, the kids, they're not having sex when the parents are home. They're having sex when your back is turned. Promise you. I promise you that. And it's like, and I believe that that's inevitable. That's going to happen one way or another. You know, whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. And so my solution is make sure that they're educated. Make sure that they know what are the pitfalls in order to avoid having to get an abortion. But under strict Plan B scenarios, I'm perfectly okay with providing an abortion because they screwed up.
Well, okay, but we don't do that with anything, Amender.
Yeah, we do.
When it comes
We do
to
it all the time.
No, listen. No, we don't.
Yeah, we
because
do.
when it even comes to like things like driving, right? There's a higher level of scrutiny that is required for a child to operate a motor vehicle.
Yes?
We need to do that. We need to do that with sex, bro. Maybe.
Well, how do you prevent?
maybe,
How do you lower sex? How do you lower people from having sex?
Three things that are super reasonable that works. That has worked historically.
Oh yeah, it's gonna
Right.
work. I'm sure.
One,
Here it comes.
provide a solid moral framework.
Oh yeah,
Right?
like
If
God.
You provide it teaches. I mean, that's
All right, I'm
it
listening.
works,
Oh yeah,
right?
that'll work.
right. But
This will certainly not result in a
a
psychological disorder in the future. No, it'll work.
Well, I mean, do you need to teach your kids God to explain to them that murder is bad?
No, I don't need God to explain that. I
No, you
can just
don't,
explain
right?
how
So
murder
why-
is bad.
No, yeah, exactly. You could just explain it to them, right? So that's why I didn't use the word God when I gave you the answer. I told you just as a parent, have your child follow a good moral framework, right? That's one. Two, explain the concept of sex at an early age, right? I think that means you can both agree on it. Both of those things we can both agree on.
Yeah, birds and the bees. But you
Right.
argue abstinence.
Yeah, abstinence.
Yeah, no, that's
is a
fucked. That doesn't
component
work.
of that conversation.
Abstinence doesn't work.
No, see, Amender, you're wrong about that, right? Because what percentage of kids have children? What percentage? Do you know?
Hold on.
I would assume it's a low percentage. I would
Hold on.
assume it's like 1 in 10,
All
or
right.
a very strong minority.
Hold on.
Right?
Intent.
And then the reason I would assume that is because I also come from the position that most kids are not having sex, right? And the reason I know that is because most kids don't get pregnant.
Hold on.
I think that's a logical conclusion for you to come to if you're reasonable. Because again, right, there's only one way to guarantee to not get pregnant.
Hold on. Give me a sec.
No, you're good. You're not taking a shit, are you?
No. I'm trying to pull something up.
I'm not looking at your stream, you know that, right?
Yeah, I know you're not.
Alright. This is a heated debate, bro, but I've already caught you on multiple logical fallacies here.
You did not.
No, yeah,
It's-
I have. Look, and I can list them out, bro. I can list them out. One, the biggest one, obviously.
I'm telling you right now, abstinence does not work.
You said that children are both capable of consent and not capable of consent. That's
All
what
right.
you said earlier.
So here we go.
All right.
The impact of abstinence in comprehensive sex and STD HIV education programs on adolescent sexual behavior. In an effort to reduce unintended pregnancy and sexually transmitted disease in adolescents, both abstinence and comprehensive sex, STD, and HIV education programs have been proffered. Based on specific criteria, the authors searched for and reviewed 56 studies that assessed the impact of such curricula, 8 that evaluated 9 abstinence programs and 48 that evaluated comprehensive programs, and adolescent sexual behaviors. Study results indicated that most abstinence programs did not delay initiation of sex, and only 3 of the 9 had any significant positive effects on any sexual behavior. In contrast, about 2/3 of comprehensive programs showed strong evidence that they positively affected young people's sexual behavior, including both delaying initiation of sex and increasing condom and contraceptive use among important groups of youth. Based on this review, abstinence programs have little evidence to warrant their widespread replication. Conversely, strong evidence suggests some comprehensive programs should be disseminated widely. This is not the only study, mind you. There are many studies that show this.
But maybe I'm just having a failure to understand your position here. Just to be clear, you don't think that abstinence...
Here's consensus.app. If you know anything about consensus.app, it's basically, they just compile scientific journals on what they exactly believe. And so I asked very openly, does abstinence from sex work? And it's saying abstinence-only programs do not reliably delay the start of sexual activity, and it reduces the number of sexual partners or lower the rates of pregnancies and STIs amongst adolescents. Comprehensive sex association is associated with delayed sexual initiation, increased use of condoms and contraceptions, and lower rates of teen pregnancy. Programs focused on delaying sex until an appropriate age of maturity, not necessarily until marriage, are more effective at reducing risky sexual behaviors than strict abstinence until marriage approaches. Abstinence can be a healthy personal choice, but as a public health strategy, abstinence-only education is not supported by scientific evidence. While abstinence is theoretically effective at preventing pregnancy and STIs, abstinence-only education programs do not work well in practice. Comprehensive sex education is more effective at promoting healthy sexual behaviors and reducing negative outcomes among young people.
All right, but I never said to only teach abstinence. As a matter of
fact,
I'm
telling you, abstinence doesn't work.
Abstinence is the logical outcome if you are trying to teach your kid.
I'm saying abstinence does not work. Comprehensive sex ed works.
Comprehensive sex ed teaches safe sex, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is what gives you a higher percentage of
I get in theory it sounds like it makes sense, Extremo, but the problem is that but the problem is that when it's done in practice, it doesn't lead to the outcomes that you're expecting. In fact, it leads to worse outcomes.
I'm not teaching or promoting the idea that you should tell your kid to never have sex, right? You should teach your kids the reality, right? That sex under the age of 18 can lead to worse outcomes.
That's not true.
That's the reality.
That's not necessarily true.
That's the reality. No, it's
also, the kid, even if you tell them that, right, that doesn't mean that you're there on the truth or dare night when you needed to go out of your house for a couple of hours. This is inevitable. Yeah. This will happen.
Well, no, see, that's where you teach your kids good values, bro. Like,
no, I'm telling you, they're going to do it no matter you like it or not, man, because you're not going to stop nature. It's just going to happen.
That's not true at all. If you teach your kid to not do crack cocaine, bro, the likelihood of them not doing crack cocaine...
It's not like crack cocaine. Dude, you don't have an inherent urge of wanting to do crack. You have to take crack in order for that to work.
Definitely cocaine.
Jesus Christ.
Definitely cocaine.
You don't have an inherent urge for taking cocaine.
You're tripping, dude. Kids like to do drugs.
What? Not inherently.
Yes.
Not inherently, no.
Dude, why is it such a...
No.
This is what I don't
Sex
understand
though,
about
that
what
is
you're
absolutely
preaching,
going to be
bro.
very inherent. It's just going to happen.
The problem is that it's any type. I mean, sex, bro. Underage sex, bro.
You
it's
don't
a
remember
risky
when you were a
behavior.
kid, you were like,
Yeah, bro.
why do I
grew
have
up
this
without a
urge?
father. I grew up without
What
a
is this
father or
urge?
guidance. And to be fair, bro, like, let me put it like this, Amanda. Why do you think I have this position?
I don't fucking know.
You know, I'm not a religious person. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a like. I don't.
I don't
like,
know.
I believe
I don't know why you have it.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Could you? Well, no, it doesn't make perfect sense.
No, it doesn't.
Could you
It really
believe
doesn't.
me if I told you that I have enough personal experience for me to have the position that children having sex lead to negative outcomes generally?
I mean, probably
think that
some
it's
extent,
unreasonable?
sure. There's
Okay,
some
why
certain
do you
levels of
think-
negative
why do you
outcomes.
think I have that position then, right? Do you think it's just because?
Is
I
it because
looked
you
at a
got
fucking
somebody
poll?
pregnant at an early age?
No, bro. I didn't have my first kid until I was 25.
I'm just curious.
What I realized is pretty quickly, right, is just that the people that did have unprotected sex or protected sex or whatever type of sex early on had a higher likelihood of birthing a child or getting an STD or being a victim of rape. Like there was many different times that I can point at that from my experience that taught me that. It wasn't because I think it, bro. It's because there's so much data that you're just like neglecting or refusing to
I don't know what
accept
data that I'm
it
neglecting.
exists.
All you
That-
got to do is
the-
provide a
the-
paper,
okay.
and I will immediately acknowledge it.
Amanda, you know I don't fucking go out looking for data like that.
Yeah,
bro.
no
Just be
shit.
reasonable. Okay, dude, but you cannot disagree with my position. You even agreed with it. I've already made that. I already had you admit.
I agree that there are negative
generally-
outcomes when kids are having sex, but I'm saying like comprehensive
Okay,
sex ed
exactly.
is the move, not
the
abstinence.
idea. Well,
Right? Because I
abstinence
believe that
is-
kids, they're just going to have sex. They're going to have sex. Whether
Some
you
of
like
them,
it or
yes.
not,
And
a
some of
lot
them-
of kids, they
yes,
just go
some
out
of
and they
them
have
will have-
sex. And if they're going to have sex,
Yes, bro,
make sure they
and
have
some
safe
of them
sex.
will
I think
have-
that's important.
Well, yeah, and that's my position when it comes to abortion, right? Like, my position is don't have the abortion, right? Don't have
Well,
it.
I mean, typically
Unless
by
it's
teaching
extremely
comprehensive
necessary.
sex, there's going to be less abortions in general.
Well, I think that teaching abstinence can guarantee that there's no abortions, right? Like, but
No,
either
it
way, right?
actually
Like,
doesn't. That's
like
the
we should
problem.
re-
It doesn't bear in the data. The data does not
Well,
show that. In fact, it shows
Amanda, I
no
think that
benefit at all. This is the
abstinence
problem.
doesn't result in any benefit at all.
It doesn't show benefit. Correct.
I think you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm not being
to believe
ridiculous.
that, bro.
That's the facts.
No, dude, that's what the study
Dude,
that
I read it to you. What do you
agrees with.
want? I read
No,
it to you
dude.
directly.
The problem with these
What else
studies, bro,
what am I
there's
supposed
just
to
so
do?
many flaws, bro. Be reasonable.
Yeah, I'm
Use
being
logic.
reasonable.
Use
I
your own
read a
logic.
study, and then when it says a thing, I go, okay, and then I move on. That's what I do.
The study tells you abstinence it guarantees that you don't get pregnant. Correct?
It may seem intuitive that it does, but the problem is that it
No,
doesn't
no,
bear
it's
in the
not
data.
about
It
intuitive.
actually does
It's-
not do what you're saying it does.
No, it absolutely does.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
if you teach your kid to
Oh my
be
God,
abstinent
Extremo,
and they are-
Extremo. We'll have to agree to
Amanda.
disagree here because I literally read it to you directly. I'm not making this
No,
up when I'm
the-
saying it doesn't
the-
fucking work.
The study that you posted is not a monolith, bro. It's an
Yes,
opinion.
it
right?
kind of
The
is.
reality
It's the
that
entire scientific community, bro. Yes, it kind of is a
dude,
monolith.
The entire scientific community agrees with my position.
No,
and if they
no,
don't,
they
they're
don't. They
lying.
don't agree with your
My
position. They
position
don't. I
being
literally
that there's
showed you
only
why they
one-
don't agree with your
Amanda,
position.
There's only this is my position. There's only, and if you're worth even a grain of truth or honesty in any of those scientists, they would agree that abstinence is the only way to 100% guarantee that a person doesn't get pregnant. That's
I
the
suppose
only way.
so, but the problem is that urges
Right.
exist, and it's going to happen whether you like it or
Right.
not.
So and the problem
And that's why
is
abstinence
that we're
doesn't work.
The idea is to reduce the amount of harm societally. Thus,
Yeah,
we
and
should reduce
so
the
abstinence
amount
is
of
not the
children
move then.
having sex, because abstinence guarantees non-pregnancy.
Oh my God,
right?
dude, he
But
can't
then
get
the
it out of his
second-
head.
No, dude, it is inarguable, bro. You agree with that?
Trust
The
me, it is
second
very
layer-
arguable.
The second layer of harm reduction is
No.
children that are.
I don't know what to
going
tell
be
you, man. I mean, I
incapable
guess we
of
have to
consent.
agree to disagree. I think you're
No,
dead wrong here, and I think you really need to reconsider your viewpoint, because obviously it doesn't bear in the facts.
Amanda, I've caught you on multiple fallacies, bro. Who's wrong here?
No, you're wrong. You're the one that's wrong here. Yes.
The whole basis of your argument is a fallacy, because you're arguing from what is it? Damn, what's that fallacy? Whenever you
Are you going to say an appeal to authority?
yeah, you're appealing to
Oh,
authority.
bro, dude.
And
You
know
need to
that.
look at
You
what.
would admit
No,
that.
you need to understand what an argument from authority is. You don't know what you're talking about.
That is, you are literally arguing. I'm
So,
arguing based on.
It is an argument from
100%
authority when you're
logic.
referencing an authority that is not actually an authoritative body on the source. So a good example would be if I reference Jordan Peterson for economics advice. That is not an authority saying, well, listen, Jordan Peterson, he's got a doctorate in psychology, but there I am referencing him on Marx. The problem is that he's not an authority on the subject. So when somebody gets a doctorate and then makes an argument on their side, that is not automatically a fallacy every time they open their mouth, just because they have a degree. It is called a non-fallacious appeal to authority. You can actually Google this yourself. I'm not making this up when I'm telling you this.
Fallacy if it's untrue. That's the point that I'm making. You agree that none of what you said has actually disproven my claim. My claim is three basic things, right? One, we don't, when it comes to abortion,
Listen,
right, it's a net negative.
Listen.
Because it is an outcome that results from multiple bad things.
You don't know what you're
get an
talking
abortion
about.
if you want to have a baby.
You don't know what you're talking
You don't get an
about.
abortion if you want to have a baby and you just have the abortion. You get the baby. You get an abortion when the baby is unwanted. The thing that results in the pregnancy that led to an abortion has to be a negative experience. It has to be a negative.
There are
thing.
multiple logic pages that provide this. This is regarding the appeal to authority. Using an alleged authority as evidence in your argument when the authority is not really the authority on the facts relevant to the argument. As the audience, allowing an irrelevant authority to add credibility to the claim being made. It is called the appeal to authority. According to person one, who offers little to no expertise on why being true, why is true. Therefore, why is true. According to person one, who offers little to no experience of why being true, why is true. Therefore, why is more likely to be true. Expert A gives their view on issue B. Expert A's area of expertise has little to nothing to do with issue B. Expert A's opinions influence how people feel about issue B. Example 1. My 5th grade teacher once told me that girls would go crazy for boys that they learn how to dance. Therefore, if you want to make the ladies go crazy for you, learn how to dance. Explanation. Even if the 5th grade teacher were an expert in relationships, her belief on what would make girls go crazy for boys is speculative, or perhaps circumstantial at best. In other words, the teacher's expertise is in dance, not the psychology of attraction. The Pope told me that priests can turn bread into wine into Jesus' body and blood. The Pope is not a liar, therefore priests can really do this. The Pope may believe with what he says, and perhaps the Pope is not a liar, but the Pope is not an authority on the fact that bread and wine can actually be transformed into Jesus' body and blood. After all, how much flesh and blood does this guy Jesus actually have to give?
Okay, look.
All right, so I'm saying it is a non-fallacious appeal to authority to apply to a relevant authority. When I'm referencing that whether or not abstinence of sex works, and then I bring up relevant authorities on abstinence of sex, the scientific bodies that specifically refer to that, that is not an appeal to authority. You understand?
Wait, but the problem is that they didn't do what you're. I already explained to you how.
I just want to be clear. It's not an appeal to authority, right?
Okay, even if it's not, which
Okay,
let's
you.
agree that it's not, right? The point is that I made earlier is that even your sources agree that not having sex guarantees not getting pregnant.
Yeah,
They
that
recognize
makes sense logically on its
duh.
own
And
without
that's my
thinking about it
position.
that much. But when you think about it more, that doesn't work at all because urges are a thing.
Right. Okay. Do you think that kids that practice abstinence don't have urges?
Do I think that? Yes, of course they have urges. That's
Okay.
the problem.
Everybody has urges. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And what happens
so
is that they
what
give
is
in
the
to those
difference-
urges,
what
even
is
if
the
they're
difference
abstinent.
What is the difference between a child that practices abstinence and a child that does not practice abstinence?
Well, the child that does not practice abstinence, well, the difference is one likely got a formal education and then knows to wear a condom. So they brought a condom to the party.
Does wearing a condom immediately remove negative possibilities from having sex?
Yes.
It does.
Yes. It's a condom.
There's no chance of negative outcomes
I didn't say that.
if you wear the
But
condom.
it does remove negative
Well, that's what
outcomes.
I'm asking
Yes.
you. I'm asking you. Reducing and having, because we agree that abstinence guarantees, right? It's 100%, right? And then condom is more than 0%,
Okay.
correct?
Yeah.
Right? Thus, the superior methodology that a parent should utilize to
No, I think you're naive here. I do. I believe that you are naive on this.
Negative outcomes is
I get your
It's
logic. I just think you're naive on this.
Right?
I think like even if you teach
Right? No, I'm
abstinence,
not, bro.
that's
I
not
think
going to
it's-
result in a beneficial outcome. If anything, it will just result in them going by their urges, which then ultimately results in them having unsafe sex.
Well, okay, can two things be true, right? Can you teach abstinence and also teach safe sex?
No, don't teach abstinence. It doesn't work.
Can you teach both things? Yes or no?
You could teach both things. One of them doesn't work.
Okay.
Don't waste your time on one of
Okay.
them.
No,
Only
one
teach
of
the
them
other one because the
absolutely
other
works,
one
right?
actually
Because-
works.
No, bro. Like, I think that like when we're talking about abstinence, that's a given, right? You're not going to argue against that.
What?
But now let's
What am I not going to argue with?
like you abstinence.
What about it? Abstinence
It
doesn't
is
work.
Like, no, you agree that it does.
No,
In the
it
sense that
doesn't.
if
It
you-
literally, I
Well,
get
hold
that
on,
it makes
hold on,
sense
hold on, hold on.
logically, but in practice, it doesn't
no,
work.
dude, it in practice.
In
works,
practice,
bro. Are
it
you
doesn't work because urges are a
Okay.
thing. People are going to end up having
Amender.
sex.
Amender.
Oh my God,
Just a
dude, we're going in
person-
circles. I don't know what
No,
else
it's
you
not,
want
bro.
from me,
Because-
bro.
Don't do it because you're not being fucking logical.
No,
here, bro.
I'm
Like,
not.
okay, no, you're not, bro. Listen. It's very simple, bro. What are the risks of a person? What are the risks of a negative outcome resulting from a child that does cocaine? Is it 0 or is it more than 0?
It's way more than 0. Very high.
Okay, right. Let's just say it's more than 0, right? What are the
Why are we going in circles like this? Like we just have to
Well,
agree
no,
to
because-
disagree.
Because the point that I'm making, bro, is that if you want to have better outcomes for a person,
Teach
there
them
are
comprehensive
times in
sex
which
ed.
having very
Comprehensive sex ed,
group-
Extremo.
Sure, bro. But, okay,
Comprehensive
again,
sex
right?
ed, Extremo. No
But you
abstinence. Abstinence is
To
stupid.
bring
Don't
it
waste your
back
time
to
on
the
stupid
original
stuff.
conversation. No, bro. We need
Yes.
to fucking do
Don't
this,
waste
bro,
your
because
time on
we want
stupid
a better
stuff. It's
society.
stupid.
Like when it comes to abortion, bro, I don't think that you should be able to get an abortion if your pregnancy was due to an inconvenience.
Dude, I think that's ultimately up to the girl that has to go through that.
No, fuck
I
that.
do. I believe that.
Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that.
No,
we
dude.
should take away the rights of women. Yes.
We're not taking away the
Fuck
rights
women's
of women.
rights.
We're
Women's rights,
giving rights
stupid.
to a baby.
I want to make them have children. Fuck them. Yeah, fuck them.
No, dude, we already agreed, Amanda, the other day that women should have specific rights.
Make 15-year-olds have babies.
Based on the fact that they are women.
Make 15-year-olds have babies. You made the mistake. Now you must have babies.
Rights that are aside from the rights that we give normal adults, bro.
Bro, I don't know what to tell you, man. We just agree to disagree. I don't know what to tell you. At this point, it's like humorous for me.
Well, Amanda, I think that the problem here that you're failing to see is that you agreed with it.
No.
On a lot of things.
No, I do not agree on this.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
Not on this.
100% you did.
Okay.
Motherfucker, you. Dude, I just don't know how you could be so fucking wrong and still believe that you're right, bro. I just don't get it.
I believe that I'm dead right about this. I really do.
Well, bro, listen, when you could show me the society in which children having sex leads to better societal outcomes, then I'll believe you.
Well,
Bro,
I did show you that. It's comprehensive sex ed. So when they inevitably do have sex, they know what to do.
Give me a place in America in which comprehensive safe sex.
Yeah, the survey showed that. The survey showed that.
What survey?
Surveys that I listed.
They don't specify the community. They don't specify the.
Yeah, now we got to go through the individual surveys. Come on.
I mean, dude, I think that's a valid thing to do.
No,
bro.
I think you're being disingenuous, and you know you're being disingenuous.
Because there's so many discrepancies that need to be
I just think I think you're not. You're being bad faith. I believe that.
No, bro, because like if you're poor, bro, and you teach safe sex, it's not going to be as effective as if you're being.
Yeah, the poorest can't figure that out. What?
Well, they usually don't give a fuck, bro. That's the thing, right? It really does make a difference.
All right, bro. Agree to disagree. I don't know what to tell you there.
All right, man. We're gonna have this debate in a little bit more structured way, bro, in the future, dude, because I don't think that neither one of us lost this argument, but you for sure have agreed with me on many things.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I just agree to disagree. It is what it is.
Listen to it.
Yeah, so by the way, Base Got Flashy brought up, just look at child pregnancy rates in the states with abstinence-only education versus sex ed. Debate is over.
Yeah, bro, again, right, you got to look at the factors that create those outcomes, right? Those abstinence-only states are the poorest states.
Yeah. Because Republicans make policies that make life worse for a lot of people. Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree with you more there, Extremo. You're right. We should have more Democrat policies and less dumb Republican policies. Couldn't agree with you more.
Wait, hold on, Amanda. Just to make a quick point before I leave you, bro. If you look at the worst cities in America, you know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say.
What? The Democrat-run cities are the worst cities?
Why
does everybody want to live there if they're the worst?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons, bro.
Yeah, because like it's better. That's why people want to live there.
You think it's better in poor areas?
No, I just think like it's likely better. But anyway, I don't know what else to tell you, man. We just have to agree to disagree here.
Before I go, bro, before I leave, bro, I just want to make this point, bro. Because it doesn't have nothing to do with anything, but going to Florida, bro, taught me a few things, bro.
What?
One,
Ron
fuck
DeSantis
Mississippi,
sucks.
dude. Fucking Mississippi fucking blows dick hard, bro. It seems like the only people that live in Mississippi fuck their cousins, created kids, and those fucking inbreds are like the entire population of fucking Mississippi. At least the inbreds that are smart enough to not be fucking retarded left Mississippi.
Bro.
The only people there are fucking inbred fucking...
Damn, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'd go that far. I'm sure there's somebody in Mississippi.
Amanda, Hey, why
But
don't
now
go
that
get
you
Mississippi,
mention
bro?
that, I mean, isn't Space Apache in Mississippi?
I don't think he lives there, bro.
No, Tennessee. I think he's in
And-
Tennessee.
Yeah. I would say Tennessee is a lot better. It's a big improvement
Yeah,
over
big
Mississippi
improvement.
in that it's not
Sure.
Mississippi. You know what I mean? Like those that can
not bad, huh?
leave Mississippi. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And those that can't have like mild learning disabilities at best, and like fucking intense amount of inbred retardation.
Dang.
I
Sounds
hate
awful.
Mississippi, bro. The bad state, bro. It really should just be used for like dumping trash. You know what I mean? Like we should just dump all our trash there to make all the other states nicer. You know?
Jesus. I don't know if I go
Yeah, no,
that
fuck
far,
that.
but I get what you mean. Mississippi's really bad. There's a lot of really bad Republican policies, and it's big Bible Belt.
No, it's just,
Yeah, just
I
not
mean,
good.
bro, like if you have like 12 generations of inbred people in your population, you're not gonna have like a really nice place, bro. It just follows logically. And then I also understand why you hate Florida, bro, or hate traffic. Like Florida and traffic is another beast, bro.
Oh, I don't like it, dude. I hate it.
Yeah, no, I understand
really
what
hate
you're
it.
saying now, bro. If you were to come to Texas, you'd feel you have more reasonable position on that, bro. But fucking
No,
Florida,
I
it's
think
beautiful.
my position is very reasonable. Dude, Texas has made their areas broke, man, with their infrastructure.
I mean, I don't think so, bro. I
They
live
have.
here. It's pretty nice.
I'm not making that up when I'm saying that. Let
mean, we
me
have
show
public
you. Let me show
transportation.
you some before and afters. Hold on.
Don't even get me on the trans debate, bro. Like,
I didn't say anything regarding trans people. You did.
no, I just thought I looked at your chat for a moment, and then I saw somebody arguing about trans shit, and I'm like, dude, don't even get me started on that shit, bro. I remember the good old days, bro, when a woman was a man and a man that pretended to be a woman was chastised, bro. It's a great time to be alive. It was a great time to be alive back in the 90s.
Hold on. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Yeah, man.
It's actually astonishing, this kind of crap. Like, anytime I pull this stuff up. Hold on.
Dude, Texas is great, bro. I mean, I think most
No, I
cities in
disagree.
Texas are
Couldn't disagree with
well-built,
you
bro.
more.
I mean, when was the last time you came to Texas, bro?
I haven't been to Texas.
Exactly, so you're missing out, dude. It's great over here, dude.
Yeah, they
We have
destroyed
public
their area, man.
I mean, unfortunately, the worst parts of Texas are just where the minorities congregate.
No, the problem is that they replaced their cities with parking lots. That's what they did.
No, there's parking lots in our
Yeah,
city.
they replaced their.
We just-
Yeah, I get it. When you look at it in a map, it looks like a hurricane ran through and destroyed all the buildings. When in reality, that was self-imposed. They did that on their own.
I mean, not really. We have
No,
suburban
yeah, really.
areas, and we
That's
have
what they
shopping
did.
areas, and then we have like open land, bro. I mean, it just depends on the lifestyle that you want to live. If you want to live in an area that has like no traffic at all, those things exist. You know, that's the great thing about Texas is that you have options. Whereas if you're in Florida, you're just kind of fucked.
Yeah, I just want less cars. It's better for the environment too.
Dude, come to Texas, bro. If you want less cars,
Dixonaldo 86 says, "Oh, I remember you. You got destroyed by Andrew Wilson."
he did get Dixonado. You are 100% correct on that. He
I
did get
completely
destroyed by
disagree.
a guy with 100,000 viewers.
I think I beat him.
That's unfair to you, bro. Yeah, that guy really just argues, dude. Like he does shit on people. Which I don't know where I saw him getting shit on, bro. But there was this one guy.
You see the video where he couldn't open a jar?
No, but I think that is a problem that a lot of men, even myself, have sometimes.
Here you go. Andrew Wilson can't open olive jar. Let me pull it up.
Oh, no, bro.
It's called
men
they
got
call it
shit on, bro.
they call it Picklegate.
What's What's the link you posted on the thing?
Yeah, no, it's on my live.
Okay.
Wow, that's fucking loud.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew.
Yeah,
If you
you
can't
know what,
open it either.
Andrew?
Grease the whole
I'm gonna let you go, bro, because I feel like we're not
Literally
going
slippery.
It's
like,
too slippery. How am I supposed to open a pickle jar?
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the
I need a
top.
paper
He's a
towel.
big, strong man. There you go.
Those
Come on.
things are difficult to open, dude.
Bullshit.
Grip the fucker. Like,
I want one of
gotta
these.
Grip it. I gotta grip it.
Oh,
I
fucking
will
Avenger, the
annihilate
destroyer
this
of
jar,
jars.
dude. I would annihilate this jar.
Get the fuck
Try
out
it.
of here, bro.
I would
Jars are
annihilate
fucking-
that jar.
Dude,
Look,
you
and he
know-
opens it. He opens it like it's nothing.
Some jars are easier to open than others, bro. It
Oh
just
my
depends
god,
on, you
bro.
know, the
Bruh.
temperature,
Bruh.
and then you got like fucking.
Bruh.
you know,
I got
the-
grip. If there's one thing I got some grip.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
also
bet.
the Whatever podcast is trash, dude. Oh yeah, I'll grab your dick.
It's a shame we couldn't hang out in person, dude. I'm already planning to do another trip
Would've been
to
cool.
Florida the next few months, so hopefully we can change that. The problem is I have kids. You know what I
Wait,
mean?
did I actually finish the coloring for? No, there's this machinery room.
Uh,
Dang.
Hey, if anything, bro, I would. Can you do 3-way calls on this?
No, I gotta pay extra for that.
Ah, motherfucker.
I'm already
pay
paying
extra.
$20 a month for this call for this fucking phone, and I don't want to pay anymore.
No, that's a lot. That's too much of an investment for a hobby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's growing.
Yeah,
It's
you're
growing,
doing
so
great,
maybe
bro.
in the
I'm really proud of
future-
you, man.
You know, are
All-
you a
all
member
your
on my
needs, bro.
channel? You should be a member on my channel, motherfucker.
Yeah, I am. I am a member.
Are you a member?
I,
No,
I
not a
subscribe-
subscriber.
Well, I don't know
member.
what a member means. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
it's
that
like a monthly pledge.
is. Nah, fuck that.
It's like $3 a month. You bastard. You don't
I
have
could
to.
buy a sandwich. Like a cheeseburger at
But
McDonald's.
you want to give your
or,
old pal First Amender a sandwich. $3 ass fucking.
You just-
That
you
is
pay
a
taxes on that?
trash sandwich, bro. $3
You pay
fucking.
taxes on that?
Huh? Hell yeah, I have
You're
to.
paying taxes?
Yeah, yeah, I have to.
Do you?
Yeah, I have to.
It's less than $600 a month.
True.
Yeah, I don't think you have to, bro.
Well, you got to report earnings.
You got to report it, but you don't have to pay taxes on it. I don't think it's even.
Yeah, but it'll come
I
to
think
a
that,
point,
like,
you know?
Yeah,
Best to
at
get
some
into the
point,
habit.
but like right now, your cost to operate your business is more than
It's
your
way way higher than the income. Yeah, it's true, very true. I don't make any money.
You should just-
Unlike
you should just-
Andrew Wilson, who does his false equivalence fallacies, and then proclaims that he won.
Yeah, bro. Listen,
What a fucking
dude.
asshole.
You know my position. I don't know if you know my position on this. I just don't respect people that talk on the camera for a living, dude. I get it. Maybe my dislike comes from a
Bro, what if
jealousy
I
maybe,
get
but
there? Does that mean you'll
would
dislike
admire it
me?
because
It's messed
No,
up, man.
no, dude. Listen, I would admire it, but if you quit doing your job, I will consider you less of, or more of a piece
Oh,
of shit.
fuck you,
And
man. Come on.
Like your piece of shit level will go from 5% to slightly over 25%.
Okay, well, I'm already a liberal, so you already don't like that. So.
Liberal doesn't equal terrible person. Unless
Well,
you're
I mean,
Daniel.
you think that, do you not?
No, bro, absolutely not. I think that I think like most things, the differences come from like the positions that you're not willing to change on, you know.
Yeah.
But like I think most people, if spoken to with reason, would either agree on things or change their position to the reasonable position. Unless you're just like a terrible person or
Like,
a liar, you know.
Just being a Republican, like Republicans, the reasonable position.
I'm a Republican. You haven't proved to me, bro, that it's better to have a society that
I feel like I have.
encourages kids to fuck.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Well,
that at all.
I mean,
I said
it sounds
comprehensive
like-
sex education is the way to go. I didn't say, hey, kids,
right,
you
but-
should start fucking. I never said that.
No, you're saying kids are going to fuck. So
Yeah,
get them condoms.
yes, they will.
That's your position.
They will, and they
Right.
will.
See how I can like surmise your position really quickly?
Yeah, but that makes perfect sense.
Okay. so
Obviously
does my
they will.
position. And so does my position, bro.
No, yeah, no, I understand your position. I think it's very nearsighted. I don't think you're thinking that one through.
No, I think
No.
I've thought it through enough for me to come to this conclusion.
No.
And I haven't heard or seen an alternative to my position that actually
Comprehensive
in
sex
practice
ed.
Well, comprehensive sex ed, bro,
Works.
is taught in the ghetto.
No,
You know?
it works.
Like, you don't think that kids in the ghetto, bro?
Kids in the
know about
no, it's taught
condoms?
everywhere, bro.
Dude, listen, bro. You didn't have fucking sex ed in school. You
Yeah,
live in
I
Florida.
did. What do you mean?
Okay, bro.
Yes,
Did
I
kids
did.
still get pregnant?
Huh?
Kids still get
I didn't
pregnant?
get. Oh, no, actually, a lot less people got pregnant. People avoided pregnancy. They were successful in
well,
avoiding it for the most part.
To be fair,
Most
kids don't have
students
sex.
did not get pregnant.
Yeah, the grand majority of them did not have sex. They abstained from sex or weren't capable.
Well,
of
no, they
receiving sex.
likely wore a condom.
No, they likely didn't have sex.
They likely
Those who
wore
did have
condoms.
sex had higher than
Oh my
0%
God, dude.
chance of
You don't
becoming
get it.
pregnant.
You just don't get it.
No, the data proves me right, bro.
No, the data proves you wrong.
No, the data proves me right. Abstinence leads to 0 chance of pregnancy. That's
I
what
don't
the
know what to
data
tell you,
says.
man. I have to agree to disagree with you there.
I mean, it's inarguable that I'm right and you're wrong on this, Amanda.
No, man. I think you're wrong on this. Dead wrong.
Well, I need to hear Flashy's position on this now, man. He should call in and.
All right. We're
this
gonna have Flashy
conversation with
call
you.
in. Flashy. As soon as
Get
this
your
hangs up, you
communist
call
ass,
in.
fucking Che Guevara, fucking.
All right, I'm
Fidel
hanging up.
Castro
I'm hanging
right
up.
there. All right, salam.
Flashy. Call in on this. What do you think? I need you, Flashy. Where the water at? I need water. I got water. Flashy, call. Are you here? Hopefully he's here. Alright, we're gonna go. Let's see. Is it anonymous? It's anonymous. It's Flashy. Guys, it's Flashy. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, it's Flashy.
Yeah, you know, I saw that, Extremo called you on. You know?
Yeah, so I just figured I'd call on because there was something that was just annoying me about what he was saying. So he kept on trying to say that like the data agreed with him when it clearly does not. He went over the data, he went over the survey, and like he said, this is typical of Republicans. No matter, they'll always question the methodology, but when you show them the methodology, they'll never accept it in there anyways. So it doesn't even really matter.
No, I completely agree with that. That's exactly why I was like, dude, I know you don't care about the methodology. I don't know why I have to go over the methodology with you, because ultimately it's just going to come down to you're not going to agree with it for whatever reason.
Yeah, and part of the he kept on saying like most of the kids are not having children, so that's somehow evidence that abstinence works. That's actually not even close to being true. In fact, the data that you went over, where it said like 55% of kids had sex before 18. But is that same thing that you read also said 80% of those that had sex were having safe sex. So I don't know why he's assuming that they are having they're doing abstinence and that's why they're not having kids. It's much more likely the case that they're just having safe sex.
Yeah. No, you and I are in perfect agreement here. I'm not sure why he wanted you to call specifically. Like this is going to convince him somehow. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's all I really had to say. I mean, it was just a frustrating debate entirely in the first place because, I mean, I don't see, all he's basically saying is that kids are not having sex, but they are. And since they are, then the debate isn't are they having sex or not? The debate becomes, what are we going to do about them having sex to try to mitigate the amount of abortions?
yeah,
That would
mitigate
be-
mitigate harm. It's like,
mitigating
let's mitigate
mitigating
the harm.
i.e., having universal access to contraception and sex education. So,
Oh, sick. Based.
and also
Stop being so
having
based.
having a vast, well-funded social safety net that actually encourage people to have children and give economic advantages.
But wait.
And make sure that women actually
But hold on,
are
wait.
confident that their children will be taken care of.
But hold on, isn't it? Isn't that communism?
For real. I'm just showing my commie agenda.
Or you just,
That sounds
yeah. You're a tanky. We can't trust you.
Yeah, you start giving a little bit more SNAP benefits, and all of a sudden we have a one party dictatorship.
Yeah. Sick.
I mean, that's just my thoughts. I mean, I try to take like a more whole life approach to this kind of thing, where it's like it's not like I'm out there celebrating abortions or anything. Like I've literally argued against feminists that are trying to change the pro-choice stance to an outright pro-abortion stance, because their whole thing is like, oh, if we say we're pro-choice but not pro-abortion, then we're stigmatizing abortion or whatever. It's like, no, I don't think calling yourself pro-abortion is ever the thing. The most important thing is the choice itself, not the abortion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anyone should be celebrating abortions themselves.
No, I agree
about
with
the
you
choice
there.
of women's autonomy.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Stop being reasonable.
So,
It's supposed to be a tanky. That's not reasonable.
Yeah, talk reason, and all of a sudden you start like flying like the Soviet flag or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Can't trust
those
you.
are my thoughts, though.
Yeah.
So, I was just calling in real quick. All right, thanks.
Appreciate it.
Brian, are you
What the fuck? Sorry about that. That was I accidentally scrolled down on my YouTube shorts, and it pulled up Peter Griffin. What do you guys think of my map? You like what I'm doing with my map? We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Let me take a look here. Bobro says sex ed mitigates more harm. Yes. %. By the way, if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount, man, that's huge. I really appreciate it. If you like what I do, like what I argue, Dev says, yeah, man, this looks interesting. It's like a D&D type game. Yeah, it is. It's a tabletop role-playing game that I've been working on for like a really, really, really long time. And yeah, so this is just one of the maps that I'm working on. It's this giant dungeon, and I'm just working on the assets, and then we could start placing monsters and keys and stuff. I have to figure out how I'm going to put everything. Shadow. Bobro says Base Got Flashy is based because he's a communist. That's funny. God damn, I got 51 people watching me? Why does that suddenly jump from like, I don't know, hey, you got 15 people watching, and then all of a sudden it's just like, 50. Well, welcome. If you want to debate, I'm right here, 202-998-5218. I've been drawing this map. Robert Lemon says, okay, the sound is back. Wait, was there something wrong with the sound? What is playing? What is this? I didn't want to play this. Should we play Tudor and Renaissance music? I don't think I'm going to get copyright strike on Tudor music. If I get copyright, dude, if I get copyright by Tudor music, I'm going to be very triggered. It's going to be like, hey, the Medici family wants their claim. Bro, imagine getting copyright struck for playing Tudor music. The idea of that is hilarious. Hold on, let me pull it. Your use of this Tudorian music is hold on, just give me a sec. I'm doing a gag. But you're on the line with First Amender. Hi. Your use of the Tudorian music has been muted due to the
Hello?
copy. Yes, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hold on a sec. This point of the music has been muted because of the copyright claim by His Grace Henry VIII, Defender of the Faith of the Lord of the Content ID system. All right. Anyway, what's up? How you doing?
I'm all right. How about you?
Good. What do you want to talk about?
Good. Yeah, I guess I caught snippets of the other day you were talking about spanking.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, don't do it. It's
and you're
child
kind of
abuse.
just and you're totally opposed to it, correct?
100%. No spanking.
Do you know that a lot of people of generation prior to you were spanked? I was spanked.
Yeah, and I turned out
I had
okay.
no problem. And I turned out okay.
Yep.
And I got to be honest with you. I should have got more than I received.
Yep.
And as an adult, I appreciate the spankings that I did get.
Okay.
But why are you so opposed to it?
Well, I'm about to blow your mind. And you can Google this yourself. The video itself is going to be roughly... Oh, why is that so much louder? Sorry. Okay. It's about 12 seconds behind, so...
Right.
But you will be able to see it for yourself. Spanking and child outcomes, old controversies, and new meta-analysis. Abstract. Whether spanking is helpful or harmful to children continues to be a source of considerable debate among both researchers and in the public. This article addresses two persistent issues, namely whether effect sizes for spanking are distinct from those of physical abuse, and whether effect sizes for spanking are robust to study design differences. Meta-analyses focused specifically on spanking were conducted on a total of 111 unique effect sizes representing over 160,927 children. 13 of the 17 mean effect sizes were significantly different from zero, and that all indicated a link between spanking and increased risk for detrimental child outcomes. Effect sizes did not substantially differ between spanking and physical abuse or by study design characteristics.
Did you hear the key part of there, right?
What's your key part?
The key part was that it did differentiate between abuse and spanking.
Yes, because and the reason why is because there's a fine line that is often blurred. And this is actually one of the problems regarding spanking. The reality is that a lot of parents don't actually know how hard they're hitting their kids. And then when they misbehave the next time, it often results in hitting harder. You don't actually know whether or not that you've abused your child until you observe a bruise. And even some try to justify the bruise.
Well, I'll say this. As like I said, someone who was on receiver whoopings, all deserved and should have gotten more. Like I said, I can look back now and say I should have gotten more. Now, I have a daughter. I have never had to do that to her, but she knows that I would if it was necessary. Also, as a person who has been any number of behavior specialists, child mentor, group home, working in group homes, managed group homes, I can tell you the vast majority of children that I have had to work with as a substitute teacher, as someone over a summer program for youth and at risk, most of them were not whooped. They got no spankings. I asked some 10, 11, 12-year-old boys, what was your thought? That were their parents strict enough on them? And guess what they all said?
That they weren't. I would assume that you would say that they were not strict enough.
They all said they were not. And the next question was, would you tell your mother? And they all said no.
Yeah,
they all said no. They would not tell their mother.
So why don't I provide you this?
Hold on. You're talking about a thing between 100 and X amount of people who are. I would say that as a substitute teacher, group home, I might be looking at the same type of numbers.
Well, I believe that it is a tool to decide to spank your children. And I believe that that tool is inferior to other tools. And that tool is actually so negative that that it actually results in detrimental outcomes. It is true that you get immediate compliance, but there are numerous negative side effects that occur as a result of spanking. So I can provide you right here.
If you use
physical punishment,
any tool, if you use it incorrectly.
Allow me to finish. All 11 meta-analyses were significant in all but one indicated undesirable association. Specifically, physical punishment was associated with more immediate compliance, but it was also associated with lower levels of moral internalization, quality of the parent-child relationship degraded, the mental health in childhood degraded, and as well into adulthood degraded, as well as higher levels of aggression in childhood as well as in adulthood were observed, antisocial behavior in childhood as well as in adulthood, and the risk of being a victim of physical abuse and the risk of being abused their own child or spouse as an adult also increases. Every single one of these things are negative outcomes, and spanking has been shown to empirically cause these things to increase. So, under that basis,
but hold on. I go back to my original point.
You could apply discipline on your child without the use of spanking. The spanking is a tool, but it is an inferior tool to other tools.
Let me say this. As a parent myself, and as I said, me and people in my age group, I'm about 55, and all of my friends who went on to be productive, successful members of society, we all got spanking.
I didn't say it's not possible to become a productive
No.
member of society.
I'm also pointing
while
out.
Also
but
being
what
spanked.
I'm telling you,
I'm sure it is.
But the thing is, the error in your data, you can't use that data because it said it doesn't differentiate between child abuse and
yes,
being a
because
tool.
the distinction is very difficult to determine. A lot of the times people don't even realize they're abusing their child. They don't like to call discipline abusing their child.
But if we're using flawed data, all that data has to be thrown out if it doesn't make a distinction.
No,
because
it's
any
not.
tool
It's a giant
can be
meta-analysis.
You have to.
You have to acknowledge the facts. Let me pull up here. I can pull up.
Stop. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there because you just said that it doesn't differentiate between an appropriately used tool and abuse. If it doesn't make the distinction in its numbers, the numbers must be thrown out then.
Yeah.
Now, what I would point out to you is that it is a tool. It is not the only tool. You don't do it every time they do something. You do it at a point.
Here is the consensus meter on this. And this is from consensus.
Okay, so are you still using that same data?
Nope, it's 20 different sources, so multiple different papers. 0%
of the
papers.
They using that same data?
0% of the papers say yes. 0% says possibly. 0 says mixed. 100% of the papers say no. Spanking is a widely debated form of child discipline, but research consistently shows that spanking is not beneficial for children and is linked to a range of negative outcomes. There is strong evidence that spanking is associated with increased behavioral problems, poorer social and emotional development, and even potential harm to the brain development. The key findings of the research include spanking is linked to higher levels of aggression, externalizing behaviors such as tantrums and oppositionality, and lower self-control and social skills in children, and even used infrequently or in context of otherwise positive parenting. These negative associations are found across diverse countries and cultures, with no evidence that spanking improves socio-emotional development in any country studied. Spanking age 3 predicts more aggressive behavior at age 5, and these effects persist into later childhood. Comparison to other forms of harm, the negative effects of spanking are similar in size and type than those seen with more severe forms of physical abuse and other adverse childhood experiences. Spanking is associated with an increased risk of physical abuse, suggesting that eliminating spanking could reduce rates of child abuse. The professional policy consensus is major organizations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend against spanking, citing its ineffectiveness and potential for harm. Spanking may alter the children's brain responses to threat, similar to more severe maltreatment.
First,
so
how long are you going to read off of that first?
Let me finish. It increases aggression and externalizing effects. It decreases your social and emotional development. It increases the risk of physical abuse. It increases the potential harm of brain development, and there is no evidence of long-term positive outcomes. The scientific consensus is clear. Spanking is not good for children. It is associated with more harm than benefit.
What is the date on that?
Including, yes, there's tons of studies. What is the date on that? This is 20 separate studies saying this.
What is the date on that?
There's 20 separate studies.
Well, there's an entire generation of adults out here walking around here right now that would strongly disagree.
Yeah,
and then to say zero, that is nonsensical.
We used to have kids in 1915 smoking cigarettes. And then we learned cigarettes are bad for you. Now we don't have kids smoking cigarettes. This is the same problem. This causes harm on children, and it doesn't matter if children had been treated that way in the past. It's bad for them.
You're right. Children no longer smoke cigarettes. You're absolutely right. That's a non-issue now. They've gone to vaping and cigarettes. So, but here we are. But no,
but
what we're talking
about. That doesn't revoke my point.
Can I speak? I've listened to you read for like the last 5 minutes. What I'm pointing out to you is that We know factually, not with data, but from living in this world, in reality, that children today are far worse behaved than we were when we were children. Do we agree on that?
I think that's it depends. It depends on the individual.
So you don't agree? So do we have massive children going and shooting up schools, taking guns to schools, and all of that? Is that
that probably has more to do with social media than anything.
No. But that the parents had guns then. Children are
but we
far
didn't have
worse
social
behaved.
media and the social anxiety that people have nowadays.
As someone who was working with youth 20 years ago, and someone still doing it now, I can tell you factually, children are far worse behaved. We have great grandmothers taking care of children.
And if only we spanked our kids.
Yeah, and all of that is piss poor parenting. But nonetheless, the children are feeling the effects of it. Discipline is not taught. Discipline is not taught.
I disagree.
So
I don't agree with that. I think you can have discipline.
Well, I'm looking at like I said. Do you have any children?
No, I don't have any children. I don't need to
do
have
you
children
work with
to have
children?
a valid.
Have you worked with children?
No, but I don't need that. The expert consensus
okay,
is
but see,
my
you
position.
telling me what a book says, and I'm telling
Not
you the
what
reality.
A book says. I'm telling you what the scientific consensus on this is. That is the reality.
No science what science predicts human behavior?
I provided it for you. There are tons and tons of studies that show
You provided me data. The first thing you did was corrupted data.
No.
And
that is a
data is corrupt because
you just don't like what it says,
if we were to sit there and talk about, we were talking about gun deaths, and I said that gun deaths. So we're talking about people who took their own lives and people who shot other people. You can't combine them together if we're talking about human behavior.
What? If you're talking about counting gun deaths, you count the gun deaths.
Right, but no, but I was being specific though. If you said, but you had to separate gun deaths from murders or homicides.
No, I don't. I could just have gun deaths.
If we're talking about the number of people who took other people's lives, they killed their own self. You can't put them together.
Yeah, I can. That's a gun death.
Say no. What? But we're talking about. But you're talking about.
That's wild. You're like, hey, you can't count gun deaths. That's not the right kind of gun death. You got to count homicides.
We're counting murders then. If we're counting murders.
If you're counting murders, you count the murders. But we're talking about gun deaths. You're counting the gun deaths.
That's the thing. You're counting, but that's the thing.
Oh my God.
You're counting, but you're counting.
That's wild, dude. That's a wild thing to say.
Along with actual consequences. You said spanking is a tool.
Yeah,
and it's
ineffective. It doesn't work. It's shit.
No, I'm telling you.
It's a shit tool.
That's a whole generation of people who out here that.
Yeah, I know. There's a whole generation of people that wanted people to spank, and there's a whole generation of people that didn't like the fact that the government was telling them to not drink and drive. Yeah. What happens is that we learn.
But we're living proof that it worked.
No, the fact is that we learn things and then we go, okay, maybe we don't do that anymore.
Okay, right. But then you're right. If we sit there and say that, okay, drink it. If we say don't wear your seatbelts now, right? We all start wearing seatbelts now. When I was a kid, seatbelts were extremely optional. Now it's mandatory.
Yeah.
Right. Now, if the data told us that, more deaths have taken place since we put on seatbelts, what would we say?
Dude, there was this, just so you know, there was this old video of this.
No. I asked you a question. How will we view that data that told us that more deaths have taken place?
We look at the outcomes of the deaths, and then we go, okay, well, obviously we need to have seatbelts.
Right. Okay. So now we look at the outcome of the behavior of our kids, and we can say, "Hey,
that spanking doesn't fucking work."
Of spanking.
Yeah, spanking doesn't work. In fact, it causes tons of negative mental health outcomes. Don't do it.
Well,
no more spanking.
I can tell you factually you're wrong because my experience of what you just told me you have zero.
No, I could appeal to the expert consensus on this, and you have no argument. right? Because you're not an expert. You're just applying your
I
own
have
personal
thousands
anecdote.
of people's argument that who were raised
All right,
with spanking, and they turned
no
out.
expert believes in you, and major associations are literally telling you don't spank. If you're going to sit there and tell me, listen, I smoked my entire life and I never got cancer. What kind of argument is that? That's stupid.
Right, you're right. I agree with you 100% because that's one case. I'm talking about an entire generation of kids.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking people. Like, you really think that the boomer generation is so mentally well-adjusted? Are you serious?
What I'm pointing out to
They're
you is
not.
that we were
They're
much
not
better
mentally
behaved
well-adjusted.
and more disciplined than children are now.
I disagree. It depends. It depends on what individual that you're talking about. But you're right. You do get immediate compliance, but there are better ways to get compliance.
No. I'm not
that
talking
doesn't
about
result in
immediate
the abuse of the
compliance.
child.
I'm talking about into adulthood. I'm not talking about immediate compliance. The difference is these
into
experts
adulthood,
could all
it
be
leads
like
to a
you.
lot of aggression, a lot of negative outcomes, a lot of abuse.
What you're telling me is that these experts could all be like you. People who just sit around and ask other people, and then they all skew the data with saying abuse is a part of it.
It's 20 separate studies. What do you want from me?
No, what I'm saying, I want you to recognize is that there are hundreds of thousands of people.
Doesn't make any sense.
People who are 45 and up. Great percentage of them.
I think you got to use your brain here.
Receive corporal punishment.
Your brain should be telling you, all right, I was taught a certain way, and I got a certain outcome, and I think it was a good outcome, but maybe it's worse than I initially thought. Right? That would be the brain actually working.
If I only use me as an example, I agree with you. If I only use people in my neighborhood as an example, I agree with you. But again, as someone who was worked with, I don't know how many kids, as a group home manager, as an at-risk program,
don't
as a volunteer
kids,
big
bro.
brother,
Don't spank your kids. Don't do it. Don't.
I don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
But
don't
she knows that I would,
right?
though.
Don't give your kids cigarettes and no spanking. And make sure that they wear their seatbelts, too, while you're at it.
So you're saying that there's never a cause to spank a child?
There's zero reason to spank a child. The only reason that you have a reason to harm a child,
your child was climbing out the window at night.
Is if that child was going to kill somebody. Then and only then can you enact violence.
That's not even a spanking situation. There.
Yeah, that's not a spank. Yeah, I agree. You just don't spank.
So you
don't
can't
spank
think of not one reasonable
don't
reason.
Spank. No, don't spank. There's better ways to address it.
But see, here's the problem with what you just said. You can't think of zero. So you went to the extreme position of saying that there's zero reason, and you, as a person who never had children, you see, that doesn't even vibe.
I don't think that matters. I think I can look at expert consensus and guess what?
Zero reason for a woman to have an abortion.
Zero studies
agree with you. There's zero reason for a woman to have an abortion.
Studies agree with you. There are no studies that agree with your position. None. Not a
zero reasons for a woman to have an abortion. Do you agree with that premise?
Why are we talking about abortion? We're talking about...
I'm making a correlation. I can't have an abortion. I can't have an abortion.
We are talking about...
but I'm making an easy correlation, though.
Spanking is not effective.
Because you said there's zero reason.
Stop. Spanking is not effective.
In your opinion. Gotcha.
No, not my opinion. No, based on expert consensus, based on a mountain of evidence. But people still to this day...
But we just sit there and went through that data.
Abortion I'm sorry. The people to this day still think that spanking is appropriate. It is illegal in most countries. In most developed countries, it's completely illegal.
I don't live in most other countries.
In most developed countries, it is in fact illegal to spank your children. Don't spank your children.
Most is that what 57%, 53%? I don't know. What's the data?
Most developed countries, such as the European countries, spanking is formally illegal. It is seen as child abuse.
Mm. So in Europe,
Okay.
Yes.
In Europe.
Yes.
But you don't know about if it's most valid, but in Europe it is, though.
Yes, it's illegal in Europe.
In Europe. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm not raising my child to live in Europe, so that's not an issue.
All right, well, that's great. But guess what? It's still child abuse.
It's not.
We're doing it today, and we're hurting kids by doing it. It is because of our own stupidity that we do it.
No.
Yes.
You're giving me data, but like I said, these could be data from, and I called you before, it could all be soy boy data. I don't know.
Oh, it's that soy boy data.
Right. So it's
I mean,
you,
I am
or
a
it could
soy
be,
boy, you know. So that does
I know you
mean,
are.
like,
I spoke with you
I'm
before.
Gonna show up, right?
You're self-described.
And I got the soy boy, fucking scientists. They're all sitting there with like their Coke bottle glasses.
I'm not going to physical description of it, but I'm using the word you're a self-described soy boy.
Soy boy,
so I'm
therefore
using that.
wrong.
Right. But no, what I'm saying is these could all be childish soy boys, and I don't know what I guess soy girls.
Dude, I
who
brought
just
up
think the way that they think.
I brought up relevant data and statistics.
But
Your
the first data you brought up
response
was not relevant.
I don't trust
because
that. That's
it made
not
no
my
distinction.
Do you know what a personal anecdote is? Are you aware
Yes.
of what that is?
Yeah, you
You're
did
aware
not
that
use
that
a
is
personal
not-
anecdote. I got
you're-
you.
you're
I
aware
got
that is-
that you
well,
did
I'm
not
saying
use a personal
you're
anecdote. You
using
did
a
not
personal
use a personal anecdote. I get that.
You're
But
using
what
a
I'm
personal
pointing out to you is that you used corrupted data the first time.
No,
now, I
did
don't know
not
about the
use
second
corrupted
time.
Data. I did
It
not.
was corrupted data
No,
because
no,
you
you don't know
said
what you're
that they
talking
didn't make the distinction between child
Yes,
abuse.
because it's not
and
possible to make that distinction. That's correct.
I can easily.
No, you can't. You're not aware
I
until it
can.
actually hurts the child. That's the problem. You're not this being that can like determine with an exact amount of joules of force. That's not how that works.
When you play with your children all the time, and you
Yeah,
hit
you
them,
ever
you
play
know
with
the
your
difference
kids and
between
you
if
play
I'm
too hard? Haven't you ever made a
Yes.
kid cry because you played too hard? Yeah, because you're
No,
not.
I haven't.
You don't have.
I haven't.
What?
I have done too hard, but I haven't made them cry behind playing too hard.
That's happened to me, and I've been very in it. I mean, they'll fall on themselves and then they cry. You know, playing too hard. You're not aware. You're not this machine capable of understanding a perfect amount of joules of force.
Now, what does it say about not spanking children?
What?
What the society that we live in today, is it better than the one of 25 years ago?
I don't know. That's complicated.
I bet if we ask teachers who've done both, you think they would say children behave better now in school or back then?
I think that's a complicated question.
But which one do you think they would say?
I think I don't know. I think that's a complicated question.
Okay. If we go pre-internet days, or 5 years in the internet, or before, the early years of the internet,
It might have
let's
something to do with
leave
the
that out
internet.
of it, because
And
you
it
think
does-
you feel like that's making all of these changes with
Oh
children.
yeah, in terms of
and
like
its parents.
increasing anxiety and shit. Yeah, it's really bad.
No, I'm
It
not talking
increases
about
anxiety
anxiety. I'm talking
and
about
depression.
we're
It's
not
really
talking
bad.
about anxiety. We're talking about behavior.
That's
The behavior
that's
of our
part
children.
Of behavior. If people increase their anxiety and depression, that would affect their behavior in a negative way. They
Wait,
can
so
often
anxiety
lash
is
out
what?
as a result.
So anxiety is the major cause of our children with these behavior problems now. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not seeing like an epidemic of like, I don't know, an increased amount of bad behavior.
Okay, well, again, this is because I'm very close to the subject and work with children, and you don't, and don't have children.
Okay. I mean, probably like lowering their attention spans is probably not good. But that has more to do with the internet
we're
and the
not talking
smartphone
about
than
just
it
that.
does
I'm talking about
with spanking.
well-adjusted kids with no medical needs or medicinal. They need nothing far as medicals and have, decent parents. And just that, if you was to use some quantifiers to say, okay, this is a well-behaved child and say this isn't. It's so many more above that threshold now, or below the threshold, however you want to categorize it. And I'm telling you, like I said, I've been in this field a long time.
Okay.
It's not even close to being the same.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you,
you're
go
just
into these
arguing
parents' homes.
You're just arguing a personal anecdote. It's basically
No.
worthless.
I'm actual data. I've done the research.
Well,
when I'm going into
my
parents,
mom told me.
No.
Never spanked me.
You're neglecting what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying it's a personal anecdote.
Hold on.
Saying it's a
if I'm
personal
going to
anecdote,
interviewing parents,
it doesn't logically follow.
What's the difference between me going to somebody's house, talking to the parents, talking to the youth, and then determining what they're saying, whether they, and then flat once I get known and asking, have you ever gotten a whooping for?
I'm going to ask you something.
Have you been spanked? If I'm asking these people these questions and I'm looking at the outcomes of them, how is that any different than what they're doing because I don't have a PhD behind my name?
Let me ask you something. Simple question. Let's say...
You never answered my question. Or what's the difference?
What's the difference of what?
When I go out and do actual results.
The difference of a PhD versus you? Yes. So the PhD has spent their entire life studying a specific subject, so much so to an extremely high degree,
I'm saying,
which is not something that is going to be brutally intuitive to you.
Overall,
that's why
it's
different.
So
going back to it, now I'm going to go back to my question. I'm going back to my question here. Let me ask you this. You take care of children, yes?
Say what?
You take care of children, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a teacher? Or are you a healthcare provider? What do you do?
I've done all of those things.
Okay. Let's say, right, you know all this information. I've provided you the information and how it causes empirical harm and how that there's basically no studies that are arguing in your favor. Let's say Trump makes it legal to spank children if you're a teacher. All right. Would you be okay with spanking kids?
No, I want parents to do it, not teachers.
Wait. I'm asking. Right?
Right. I want parents to do it, not teachers.
No, I'm saying Trump has just made the authority, right? Would you do it?
That's a loaded question because
How
now you're looking at...
Dude, here, ask me. I'm a teacher. Would I spank
I already know your answer.
I would say no. I would say no.
I know that but you wouldn't spank your own children.
No, I wouldn't spank anybody. That's ridiculous.
That's right. You wouldn't spank your own children.
The empirical data shows that it's extremely negative outcomes. It's stupid that we spank our kids. We're idiots for doing it.
You know what I don't like about this conversation?
What?
The fact that now I like data. I like evidence. You have the way that you told me that was shaped has just kind of ruined that for me for a minute, because you told me they made no differential between abuse and corporal punishment.
I told you why.
But see now
hard to
you're
determine
saying
whether or not it's abuse versus
that's
not
data,
abuse.
right? That's the data. But the fact that it's so close, that means now that's an opinion.
It's not.
That's still an opinion the line is so
it's
blurred.
A giant meta-analysis representing over 160,000 people.
Is that would you agree? Is that a fact though? Is that coincidence?
The fact is that they studied over 160,000 children and came to this
So you mean to tell me if my child was going to play with some glass, I can't pop their hand? That's abuse, right?
Yes. There's better ways to do that.
And you say that so quickly, and you believe my child is about to grab some glass, and I pop the hand and say no?
Grab the glass out of his hands. What? You don't need to hit them.
If I tell them no, stop, and then the glass was still out the next time, guess what? If I don't see them doing, what do you think a child is going to do?
Okay, if they're doing it again, right? Then I already told you there are tools to do this, right? Give them the natural consequence. Let them cut themselves on glass. Done. They're never touching that glass again.
Oh, so it's better to. That's more abuse than me popping their head.
Nope.
Me letting them get hurt.
Nope.
Me,
yeah, let them
me
get hurt.
allowing
As
them
long
to
as
get
it's a
hurt.
manageable amount of getting hurt. Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Me
It's better-
allowing
it's
my
better than,
child to get hurt is abuse. But that's not abuse? Allowing my
yes.
child to hurt themselves?
Yes. One of these is an
Okay.
effective way of teaching your children, and the other one is associates abuse to the child. Yes.
Oh, so it's not better if I pop their hand.
Correct.
That's abuse. And them me letting them cut their hand is abuse too. But the germs and dirt and whatever can happen
Yeah, I mean, you
behind
clean
that
up their
was
hand
so much
afterwards,
worse.
But yeah, I mean, if
that'd be
if
so
they
much
keep
worse
doing
than
it,
popping.
sometimes they have to learn a lesson on their own, and I get it. That's what has to happen. It happens. It is what it is.
Wow, I don't know if you even heard what you really said.
I heard what I heard it.
You sit there saying allow your child to hurt themselves
Yeah,
is abuse.
if it's a manageable
and me
amount of
popping
harm,
their hands
sure.
is also abuse. But my abuse is worse.
Yes. The data shows that. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess I let them play with light sockets too, right?
Well, no. That's very dangerous.
Okay. Okay. So if I pop the hands, then is that
No, you just get them to
Is
stop. There's ways to get
Say
them
what?
to stop. Honestly, like, bro, if that kid is still playing with light sockets, I would probably I would let them get a manageable amount of shock. Right? Like put a battery on their tongue or something. Like, go ahead, try that. That's electricity. That's what it's like to get shocked. And that won't feel good.
That sounds like a jailable offense by you. Now that is
No,
flat
just
out
give them the
abuse.
battery. They're not going to get
Yeah,
hurt. They'll be all right.
that's abuse. But if that child is
not.
3
No,
or 2
they
or
decide
3,
to do it on their own. No,
yeah,
it's
we
not.
did that too at 9. But at 3,
Well, no, at 3, you just take it away. They're 3.
but the fact that you say let them do it, that's insane.
No, it's not.
Let them get cut.
No, I don't think
That goes against everything as a parent.
I
I'm
didn't
trying
say
to prevent
let
all
them
of those
get
things.
cut. That's not what I said. Come on.
You said let them
I
pick
said
up
sometimes,
the glass
yes,
and
sometimes
get
there's
cut.
natural
And that would
consequences
teach them.
involved. A
And
manageable
them picking
amount.
up glass and getting cut is better, is less
Yeah, I mean, I'll
abusive than
tend to
me
the
popping
wound.
their
I'll
hand.
take care of them. I would
what?
say, hey, listen. You know, now you know not to touch glass. I told you, Daddy told you not to touch the glass, and so I let you hurt yourself. I said next time you listen to Daddy.
No, I will pop. I said, do not touch that glass. Didn't I tell you not to touch it? I told you not to touch it. Move him over there.
Yeah, no. I'm
The
not
next
gonna hit
time
my
you
kid.
do it, and if I see you
I'll
try to do
never
it
hit my
again,
kid.
I'm going to pop your hands again.
Yeah, and also Electro87 puts a really good point. I completely agree with this. And I brought this up the last time we talked. Why is your 3-year-old in a house without covered plug sockets?
Well, it doesn't have to be
Completely
my
agree with
house.
that.
We could be.
I couldn't agree
well, that's
with you
my
more.
house.
Couldn't
That's my
agree with
house.
you more.
No. That's my house. I have covers. But every person's house that we might visit may not
Yeah,
have
so you
that.
teach them
They
not
may
to.
not have
You
children.
just talk to them.
Huh?
You can talk to them. You don't have to hit them. Like what, dude? What are you? Like a fucking are you a fucking animal? Don't
No.
hit. Unga boonga. Don't hit. Like, bro.
You
just-
I don't know.
ju-
Were you
just-
hit as a child?
Huh? My
Were you
dad
as a
did. My
child?
dad did. My mom didn't.
I know, but did you were hit? Did it make you so? I don't know. So did it shape your view that it's every time I got hit or popped, it was wrong?
So thankfully, well, to be honest, I don't even remember the stuff I was getting spanked for. That's number one.
Okay.
So it likely did not have any meaningful effect.
Okay.
But the negative is that it does increase like your association with aggression, and it does increase.
How old are you?
I'm 35, almost 36.
Okay, so
I'll be
I'm
36
like
tomorrow.
20. I'm like happy birthday. I'm 20 years older than you basically, and you mean to tell me both of us got spanked? And look at us, productive citizens.
Yeah, but just because I live a specific, the first thing is that I didn't get spanked all that much. I think probably total, I probably was spanked maybe twice. 2 or 3 times that I can remember.
Okay, you're just
so very,
guessing.
very
You
seldom
guessing
was
what
I
they
ever
said.
spanked. So I likely
Okay, you
that
just
has a
guessing about what they
contributing
said.
that has a contributing factor. Another contributing factor is the fact that my parents just had different ways to discipline me. I mean, I turned out pretty good for the most part. I was a very difficult child, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I can see that.
I was a fucking hellion, dude. I was a goddamn hellion.
I can see you being a difficult
I
child.
was fucking-
But the
oh my
thing
God,
I'm
you
saying is that both of us receive corporal punishment, and it didn't hurt us in the least bit. If anything, it helped us. Correct?
No, I disagree with that.
No, you're saying it was very rare you got it, which means that when you got it, you deserved it.
Again, like I just don't agree with the framing.
It's
I
the
don't agree
premise
with
of what you're saying, but in actuality, you've lived it and come out better on the other end. If your parents did it for you, rarely, but they did it when they just deemed it was necessary, that means that it worked.
No, that doesn't mean it worked because studies show
That means that
that
there
it did
wasn't
not
a
work, that
reason
it
for
doesn't
them to
work.
do it
In
over
fact,
and
if
over.
anything, it's a huge detriment.
You're going back to the books, but I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I
facts
go back to the
between
books.
me and you. Not all the children that
That's
I
why I
work
go
with,
back
not
to the
just me.
books.
I'm talking about me in actuality. You survived it. And it wasn't this great thing that just, totally debilitated you and just hurt your life
Yeah, but
and make you more
I don't
aggressive
look at
or
personal
anything.
anecdotes as how I determine
No,
these things.
no, data. This is not personal anecdote. A personal anecdote would be
Yeah,
a story.
and the data
We're talking about
is very extensive.
We're talking about somebody in their 30s, someone in their 50s, many other people in their 50s who would sit there and tell you the same story I would. Would you agree with that?
What?
Would you agree that most people in their 50s had corporal punishment?
Yes.
Okay, so now these are the same people in their 50s that are productive citizens, and they would sit there and argue tooth and nail. Or for my point, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I believe people in their 50s were hit. Yeah.
Okay, but the second part was that, I mean, in all walks of life, we're talking about from PhDs to people who are whatever job you want to say, they went through those same conditions and it helped shape them to be the people that they are. It does not hurt to pop a child. A child will get over it.
You're wrong. You're just wrong.
I'm living it,
And I
walking
gave you
the
the
dream.
I get it, but you don't know. You don't know what are the mental health outcomes from
Well, I talk
with
to my
or without.
daughter every day,
You don't know that.
so I talk to my daughter every day, so she didn't have anything bad to say about it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She's a teenager now, so if I pop my child's hand and tell them don't do something, that is not going to be something that
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, we just have to agree to disagree here.
Yeah, that's where we are. What else you talking about today?
Oh, we're just whatever, we're just fucking around. Do you like my map?
So what?
Do you like my map?
No, I can't see on TV right now.
Why not?
Hold on, let me see what's going on. Oh no, I don't really watch it. But no.
What?
So what are you? Well, I already know how you going. I was going to say something about Trump. I already know where that's going to go.
I'm not going to say anything good about Trump. I promise you that.
Right. Oh, we will be in
Promise you
agreement. Okay, what I was going to say is, what is your thinking on people being deported that are here illegally?
I think that we just have to have a valid pathway to citizenship, and you would just have less illegals as a result.
Should we have limits as far as people entering our country?
I mean, if it's like a quota thing, then I would probably
No,
say
not a quota. I mean, to say, okay, can we set a limit on it?
I mean, if there's like, that's a limit out of necessity, I wouldn't necessarily be like against something like that. But I think it's like important to note that it's like, okay, if there is that limit, okay, can we grow that limit? Is it out of the realm of ability?
So no limit is what you just said.
No.
If we have a limit and we grow that limit, that means that the limit doesn't exist.
If I have that limit and we grow that limit, that doesn't mean the limit exists. What?
You said we have a limit, but can we grow that limit? I mean, it can go up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
that
like
means there's
economically speaking. Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's fucking grow the economy. Like what?
We can let
why would it be like, oh yeah, we can only accept 2 million people because there's not enough houses. Build more houses, dingus. What? We're the United States of America. We're the largest goddamn economy on planet Earth. You're telling me we don't know how to build houses?
In what state do you live?
Florida.
In that area, is there a housing area? Are there areas that need more housing?
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably in almost every state.
Yes.
So now you're saying we're supposed to rush that job, not for our own citizens, but people who came here.
No, for everybody.
Illegally.
Everybody would benefit from that, right? Because that's increased
would you not
property
say that
taxes.
We would have to take care of our own citizens first.
No, I don't believe in that. I believe take care of everybody.
I get the premise of that. I get the premise of that.
It's like
but in actuality, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
As a parent, if you had some snacks to give out, or are you gonna make sure your kids get the snacks first?
I suppose so, but we're not talking about.
That's what we just said. That's what I just said.
Your limited pantry here. We're talking about the United States government.
Well, if it wasn't limited, then everybody would be housed right now.
Ooh, man. Don't even get me started there.
So you think in every state there's just people who just don't care whether their citizens have proper housing?
No, I just think that we can build housing. We're the United States.
Who's going to pay for the housing?
Huh?
Who's going to pay for the housing?
For the building? Oh, the government will subsidize it. But you know what's cool about housing is that the amount of money gets generated for the housing because it's a property tax. Yeah.
Are you a democratic socialist?
I am a Democrat. I am a capitalist, but I am a social democrat, I would say.
That was very uncapitalistic thing you just said. If government going to subsidize every house?
It's called Keynesian economics. It works. We've done it before.
But every house?
Yeah, we've done it in the past. It works. We've done it before. What do you think the GI Bill was? We subsidized the shit out of education. People got educated as fuck, and then we also increased housing opportunities for people that were coming back from World War II. And then the end result is that we just basically created the middle class over the course of 10 years. Yeah, we could do it. It's doable.
What do you see the difference in what that was and what we're talking about now?
Well, what we're talking about now is people equate basic social safety nets to socialism for some reason.
No, that's not a safety. That's not a social safety net. What you just said. What you said was that the government is going to build you a house, a place to stay.
No. I didn't say you don't have to pay for it. When the fuck did I say that? I'm saying build some subsidized housing so people can live and have affordable housing. We've done it in the past. It's worked in the past. We're just not doing it now. Because I don't know, Democrats won't get their head out of their ass. Or, I'm sorry, Republicans won't get their head out of their ass.
If you're talking about making houses affordable, that's fine. But in almost every state, that's an issue. So But now you want to just act as though that doesn't exist. We
No.
just can't in
What
a
do you mean?
vacuum. Hey, let's create. See, first off, you have to go by the existing law. What you're talking about is what they've been talking about for the last 7-8 years is a pathway to well, it's been a little bit longer, pathway to citizenship. But we have to deal with the laws as they are now. And the people who came in line, who did it the right way, wouldn't they have to be in front of the ones who came here illegally?
Yeah, again, I don't look at like the illegal immigrants as like lesser or whatever.
But they here illegally, right?
Again, I don't look at them as like lesser.
But you don't look at them like that.
I
But they
believe that
are.
they are.
Though.
I believe that they are illegal because we have a broken system that makes it
No,
basically where people just
they
become
entered
illegal.
it's against
No.
the law to enter this country.
Yeah. If
without
I
papers,
have
right?
so many
they broke that law.
roadblocks that basically guarantees that you're going to be an illegal immigrant, then yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You see more illegal immigrants.
No, I didn't put the roadblocks up. We have laws. If you break the law to enter the country, that means that you're here illegally,
So you're
correct?
saying if there's a law, we should follow that law, and if you don't follow that law, that's bad.
That's not what I said. What I said is this. I want to say it nice and slowly. If we have laws about how you must enter this country, if you don't do that and you enter the country, you are here illegally.
Yeah,
That's
it
it.
doesn't answer why I ought follow that law.
Because it's a law.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the same exact question. Ought I follow all laws?
If you're going into a country, yes. To how you should
All right.
enter that country,
Apartheid.
yes. You must
Do I follow that law?
No, stay on course. Stay on course.
No, because it's a law, right? Apartheid was legal. The Maoist purges
was
were
legal.
legal. The Nazi purges were legal. Jim Crow laws were legal.
So now
Stalinist purges were legal. Those are
so
all
now we're
legal,
compa-
right? Just because
So
something is
now we're
legal.
talking about. So now we're
Just no,
now
I'm saying
we're
just
talking
because
about
something is
purges
legal doesn't
of
mean we
Jewish
ought to
people.
follow it. I'm looking at the laws as they are, where there are people that are trying to work, they're trying to come to this country, they're trying to make something of themselves, and we're giving them the biggest fucking middle finger that
so-
I've ever observed on any fucking modern country, and we literally have no line. It is so upsetting to see. I hate it.
What you
I hate our
just said
system.
was that you're comparing people entering this country compared to attempt to wipe out entire race of people.
Well, we are
Is that
putting
what you just
people in
said?
concentration camps.
You compared a purge of Jewish people.
Well, we
to-
are putting people into concentration
Super-
camps right now. Are we not?
But no, we're not talking about.
Are we?
We're talking
Are
about.
we or are
no,
we not
we're
doing that?
No, all we're doing
Are
is
we or
talking
are we
about
not doing
people
that? Very
illegally.
simple. Very simple question.
All we're doing is talking about people
Are
illegally
we or
entering
are
the
we
country
not
illegally.
doing that?
That's what we're talking about. So
Yeah, I know.
It's
You're
not the
saying,
same
well,
thing.
listen, they're illegal.
we're not.
So,
we
listen,
can't compare
but
apartheid.
Listen, they're black. Why are they trying to sit in the front of the bus? Why can't you just follow the law?
Again, not the same thing.
Yeah, it fucking is. We're taking a group of people and we're making them others and less
And I'm
worthy
pretty sure
of
you
rights.
can tell by the sound of my
and
voice
and
that
we
I
are
am
we are
black.
taking advantage of people based off of their citizenship status. We can pay them
How are we
less
taking advantage of
than
them
we
by-
can pay
by
them
saying that you
less.
can't enter
We
this
can
nation?
pay them
So-
less
so wait.
than regular citizens because they do not
You're
have
changing the topic.
citizenship.
You're
We can
changing the
take
topic.
advantage
You're
of these people.
You're changing
It's
the topic.
wrong.
You're
We need to
talking about-
stop.
You're changing the topic.
No, I'm
You're
not
talking
changing
about
the topic. We need
you
to
changed the
stop
topic
this.
completely. We're talking about having laws for immigration.
No, I'm
You're
saying
talking
just
about
because there's a
people
law
being
doesn't
taken-
mean it's
getting
right.
taken advantage of
It's wrong.
after-
It's wrong to do
they're
that
here.
law. It's wrong. We're
No,
taking
no.
advantage of people.
So what you're saying, the United States should be an open border state. We should have no borders.
No, never did I say that. Never did I imply that. I
You
believe that we
implied the
can
hell
have
out of
closed
that.
borders, but I think there needs to be
You
a
implied the
valid.
hell out of it.
There needs to be a valid and easy pathway to citizenship. So I'm going to tell you my policy. Okay, you come up to a port of entry. right? Refugee, non-refugee, doesn't matter. You come up to a port of entry. Are you on the OFAC list?
Right there.
Are you on the no-fly list? Do you have any communicable diseases? Are you on any of the databases of your home country saying that you have committed a violent offense? If the answer is no to all of those things, boom, here's your fucking green card. You can work. That's it, dude. That's it. You show up and within a day, you're done. You're done. You show up with your documents, you're done. Here's your green card. Welcome to the country, SA.
All right, the real quick and simple of that, why that could never work is that
because there's racists. We got a lot of racists in the Republican Party. That's why it wouldn't work.
All we're going to do is check them for a day?
Yeah, you go up to I told you what you do, the port of entry, right? Now, obviously, this would require some level of diplomacy. Hold on. This would require some level of diplomacy with the home countries. You need to be able to have access to the criminal databases. But I think you can do that with some diplomacy. If you want to come to the country and you're here to work, bro, here's your fucking green card, homie. Here's your fucking green card. Very simple.
Why would country A give us access to their criminal database?
Oh, well, we give them favorable deals. We do it all the time. It's called diplomatic relations. We used to do it prior to the Trump administration.
So what would stop, say, another country from we don't want people to come here because we lose too many citizens to the dream of the United States?
We don't want people to come here?
No, the other country says that, we lose too many people to the dream of the United States.
Oh, I just would ignore that. Yeah, because I don't have to force countries to get people to move with their feet. They'll just move with their feet. I don't need to do a single thing. I could just sit there and they'll come to the country if they want to or not.
If another country said, hey, anybody leaving the United States, going to the United States, that's an illegal act against their nation.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to them. I mean, I'm sure North Korea is having a great time. Not my problem.
I knew you would say that, and we would just sit there and just basically say,
I think if you want to come to the country, you don't have any of these problems that I said, bro, welcome to the country. Here's your green card. I make it as easy as possible for you.
Now, so when we start getting upwards of 175,000 people a month, when would you cut that off?
No.
At what point?
Free flow, homie. Free flow. And now, if there's a problem regarding supply, oh, bro, no problem. I'll make some infrastructure packages, and we'll build more housing. We'll build more hospitals, and I'm gonna have a big fucking booming economy, and you can't stop me.
Where are you going to house these people?
What do you mean? I just build fucking big ass fucking places. Why not?
You know,
I'll build some high rises. I'll build some crazy shit, bro. Watch me.
You don't realize that, like I just said, 150,000 people per month.
Fuck yeah, bro. It'll be based. We'll have some big old fucking, and I'll tell the NIMBYs to go fuck themselves.
See, you sound like a Republican trying to own the damn dim.
No. I sound like a guy that argues for basic human decency and knows what it takes to make a country great.
If that was
right, because right now China's going to beat us. Right, we're on a fast track of China beating us, and the way that we can get it to where China does not beat us is we need to have that economy fucking booming. And the way that you have the economy booming is workers. And the way that you get workers, have a nice, easy, open immigration policy that's easy to follow, that anybody can follow. Very, very simple. Come to the goddamn country and make some motherfucking money. Yep.
If we had a situation, if Alaska was a symbol of the entire nation, your plan would make more sense. It probably still would overall make sense.
No, Alaska, bro, I just built some high rises. Fuck NIMBYs.
Because Alaska.
No, I just built some high rises.
Alaska has
No,
to
you don't need
import
that. You
people
don't
to
need
work.
infinite land. You just have high rises.
No. Forget the land. I'm talking about the fact that Alaska has to import people to fill all their jobs.
Yeah, because it fucking
That's why
sucks in
Alaska
Alaska.
always has the lowest unemployment rate.
Oh, it sucks in Alaska. Fucking sucks there.
Right.
Nobody wants to be there.
No, you're making my point for him. But
Fucking
what I'm
cold
talking
as
about
shit.
is the numbers. It's the numbers. That's what I'm referring to. I'm talking about if people didn't want. So we had that many job openings, which we don't. We still have.
Oh, what if I told you that we're actually operating on a job deficit? Oh, I'm sorry. A worker deficit. We don't have enough workers. Did you know that?
Sometimes I hear that. Sometimes I don't.
No, not sometimes you hear that. Like, that's my opinion. No, that's the facts.
No. I said sometimes.
There's not
I hear
enough
that. I mean,
workers in the United States
no,
currently.
I've
And it's
heard
only
that
going to get
before.
worse, right?
I haven't heard it
Because
now. I haven't heard that
the
now,
baby
lately.
boomer generation is already entering into their retirement age, and there's not enough
They've been
workers
there
to
retirement
fulfill
age.
those jobs. There just isn't. So what we need is
the
to
thing
import
is-
a shit ton of
no.
immigrants to make this work.
What you're not realizing, the fact is that now, when you go to a McDonald's, guess what you see? A computer
Kids?
board. No.
No, you see kids.
No, I don't see kids. I see
kids.
the front part. I'm telling you what I see. I see the front of the store empty. I see a board up there that you yourself must put the order into the computer.
Okay. So you're saying
So
the
what
problem
I'm
is with
pointing out-
automation?
No, what I'm saying is automation is taking away jobs now.
No. So the problem is that
Yes,
I
it is.
don't know if what you heard, right? What you heard earlier.
No,
The problem
I'll
is
tell you
that
what
people
I see.
actually just go do more productive things when the machine is doing the job. It's not that the machine itself is taking away jobs. That's how that works.
It
But
is.
the reality is that we actually
It is.
have a shortage of labor. We need more people willing to labor. Not an excess labor, shortage.
Okay.
And
So,
I'm not
with
making
this
that
thing-
up by saying that. That's the fact.
I'm going to say, let's say that, okay, do we have enough of a shortage in labor that we can accommodate 175,000
Fuck
people
yeah, I'm
per
going
month?
to make a big ass infrastructure bill that's going to make the United States economy turn into the biggest goddamn thing you've ever seen in your life. Oh yeah, I would make
already
I'll
the
make
biggest thing
America
you've ever
great. The way economists intended. TRS Tenic 100 just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, but and what you're saying is, I think is impossible. Not because they won't vote for it. I
Wrong.
just think that
We've done
You
it in the
can't just
past. We can
have-
do it again. We did
never
it before, and we can do it again.
we've never had a situation where we
Yeah,
just
we have.
had unlimited. We've never been.
Yeah, we have. Ellis Island. Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, we have. We
But
literally
that-
just took in so many fucking immigrants, and we became the goddamn powerhouse of the goddamn world, bro. Because it was actually
you're right.
xenophobia
You're right about
that
that. We
lost.
did have it.
They lost because they wanted to kick out all their fucking Jews, and then because we kicked out all the Jews, we got the bomb. They literally lost because of their stupidity, their xenophobia. And guess what? I got news for you. There's currently brain drain happening in the United States because there are scientists in droves leaving the United States specifically because of the xenophobic tendencies happening here in the United States.
You know what? You're right about that. The first part, because it's funny. I was watching Pearl Harbor earlier today, and I was sitting there thinking, dang, if they hadn't attacked us, they might would have won.
The Japanese?
Yep.
Nah, man, they had the Chinese and they had Russians against them too. I think the United States could have just sat on their laurels and they would have lost. It was really bad.
But guess what? If they take Europe 7-8 years later, where they coming next though?
Yeah. Anyway, they're never coming to the U.S. because we have oceans stopping us.
But I just can't see what you're talking about is that, and you're right, that did happen with Ellis Island and all of that. We have, I don't know, probably 100 more people. I mean, 300%, 500% more people. So we can't do it the same. We can't base it off of what we did 60 years ago.
I disagree.
70 years ago.
I think we can.
So you think we had that kind of room in this nation?
We sure do. We do. We got a lot of land, a lot of unused land. And you know what's the worst part about it is that we got so many fucking suburbs that literally just have one fucking little ass family filling out that suburb. Fuck that shit. Let's make some goddamn high rises.
Where you see one family for a suburb? Where you see one family suburbs?
That's like a majority of the United States.
I don't know. I've been in several countries, several states. I've never seen anything remotely saying that.
You've never seen the sea of suburbs that like where it's like one family homes with like a driveway and all that? You don't see that? Where the fuck are you?
Oh, I thought you said like one family. Okay. I got you.
Yeah, I think it's like a really inefficient way to like have people. Like I just think that we need to have high rises. We need to have like areas where like more people can be together. We need to build people-centric structures. More townhomes, more areas where people can be, can live happy, but obviously it would be more compact. I just think it's more sustainable.
So what? I'm surprised a soul boy like yourself would want to take all our trees.
What? Trees?
Because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about taking all our trees.
Why would I take people's trees?
You would have to. All this super building that you want to do.
Hell yeah.
All of that.
Hell
You're
yeah.
Gonna take the tree.
What? No, you just have a tree farm.
You can't have tree farms all around.
What? Yeah, you can.
How we gonna do that? We're doing all this super expansion.
No, you just have tree farms.
But what about all these houses, these high rises? I build all of this, these huge projects everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. How are you gonna have tree farms too?
Oh, then we import. We can import as well. We can do that too. Yep.
So a completely open border with no limit on the people who can come in, on the amount of people.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said it several times.
No, I think that if there's a quota issue, then there is an amount that would be an issue. In which case, I would be like, all right, build more of that. Whatever it is. Is it hospitals? Is it housing? What is it? Whatever it is, build more of that. Right? Have infrastructure projects. Pass a bill to do that, right? And get that property tax money, so that way we get more money coming into the government.
Wait, so you're saying we're going to build all these houses?
And for that matter, let's get a fucking value added tax while we're at it. Yeah.
So what you're saying, all these people
luxury goods
that are here now, that are living in apartments, we're just going to build houses for everybody. So all the time that
Fuck yeah, so that way everybody can live in a house.
It must be so nice on Earth 2.
What?
Well, Earth 2 is reserved for the Trumpers. So Earth 3.
What are you talking about?
It must be that you really think that we can sit there and have a society where everybody down there, you get a house.
Everybody's house? Yeah, everybody can get a house. Yeah.
You don't believe that?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Sure, I do. You think I can't get shelter for everybody in the richest country on earth? You think I can't do that? Well, they already did that in the Netherlands.
That's not what I said.
They said housing is a human right. And there isn't any homeless people anymore. They just gave homeless people houses. They're like, here's housing. That was it.
Where is this?
The Netherlands. It
How
worked.
many people in
There's no homeless people in the Netherlands.
How many people in the Netherlands?
What? I don't know, like 20 million?
Percentage-wise, that we more have.
I mean,
more
if
than,
you're saying
so
like the difference between, there's like 18.3 million. I mean, yeah, obviously it's orders of magnitude bigger for the United States, but that we could kind of do the same thing.
So you're saying we can get everybody that's here now,
Yep.
that house.
Yep.
We couldn't do
We
that.
can get them
we
housed.
Couldn't do that we couldn't do that in New York.
Yeah, you can.
There's not enough space in New York for everybody in New York to have their own house.
Wrong. Build more
Every
housing.
family. Again, these tree farms, are they going to take up land for these houses? They can't have both.
What? We already have tree farms. We're good on the wood. We got wood. And if we need more wood, we go to Canada. They got plenty of wood. We're good. We're good on the wood.
I'm not talking about wood. I'm talking about oxygen.
Huh? That's phytoplankton. But yeah, I agree with you. We should be worried about that. We should not have be moving around 200-pound apes with 4-ton boxes. I completely agree with you. Yeah, we should have people centric in order to help save the environment. We need to walk away from non-sustainable energy resources and replace them with sustainable energy resources. Totally agree.
I'm not talking about wood. I'm talking about oxygen.
Yeah, I told you how you have more oxygen.
How?
Get rid of the
Fuel
fucking
people?
car. No more of car-centric infrastructure. It's the dumbest thing ever. Why do we do this? The Netherlands, everybody has bikes. It's bikes. You want to go somewhere? Go on a bike. And if you want to go somewhere far, public transport.
Because we have all this tremendous building and jobs, and people need to get
Fuck
back
yeah.
and forth.
And
to those
you know
jobs.
what? And the bar is
And
right
some of these
downstairs because I changed the zoning laws to where the commercials can actually be next to the residences. So bars and stuff, you can have them right there in the same building. No coding violation.
They already have that. That's already.
We don't have that.
Maybe you don't, but it
Yeah.
has.
Well, a lot of towns don't have that. Lot. Like
Right.
a lot.
That's what I'm saying. They just don't have it. But
Yeah,
it's
sucks.
already a thing.
It's trash. It's trash.
But we can't just sit there and live. Okay, you get a job at
Driving
we can't
sucks.
build our
Nobody
economy
likes
on
being
bars.
stuck in traffic on a fucking red light.
We can't base our economy based on jobs at the bottom of your building.
What are you
Number
talking
one,
about?
you don't want buildings. You
All
want
the
every
buildings will
person to
have
a house.
places where you can work. Every place.
Think about what
and
you're
it'll
saying.
be real
Though.
nearby.
Think about all the millions and millions and millions of people in New York alone.
Yeah. Yeah, they can
You
do
give
that
them
too.
all their house.
And you know what's funny? They actually have. Most people don't own a car in New York City because they don't need it
in the city.
Yeah, because the public
the
infrastructure
city.
exists. Yeah, but people where they designed it for public infrastructure to not be there, and then they frame things around the car, and then everybody naturally moves to a car because we've created the induced
And
demand
yet
of the
there's
car.
still millions of cars in New York, though, right?
Listen, I'm not against like the car in and of itself. I'm not saying that there is zero reason to use a car. There is. I'm saying, generally speaking, to get from point A to point B, there should be alternatives.
So when is Social Security kick in?
65. I would even say maybe it's necessary to increase that to 67. But
right.
with that
So
being
now
said,
you're gonna
I
have
think that we need
65-year-old
to have
people out there biking to work then.
we need to let go of the cap.
So you want 65-year-old people biking
who
to
make
work
more than
then?
$250,000 a year. They do no longer pay any more into the Social Security. If you release that cap, Social Security would be in a would no longer be insolvent.
So you want 65-year-old people out here biking to work then?
Yeah, they'd be healthier.
That's 2 generations away. 65-year-olds now couldn't do it.
Yeah, I know, because they're fat and they have lived a very, very sedentary lifestyle. Yes.
Or maybe because they just had knee surgery. Who knows?
Yeah, because a lot of the times they're very sedentary.
No, they had knee surgery because they hurt their knees because they had
again,
arthritis.
if there's an instance where you need to provide a car, sure, I'm not against the car in and of itself. I'm saying most people don't. They don't need that. Also, you don't need a 4-ton box. You just don't.
See, now you're limiting jobs because these new cars that people are making will have a plant that's going to make new cars, and we want to put it.
Yeah, I know.
your
I would
city.
rather them do other things, not make cars.
But now they're
Cars
not.
are stupid.
But they're the car industry. That's what they do.
Yeah, I know. Cars are stupid.
So that's
Dumb.
a job.
Cars
so
suck.
that is 600 jobs that are not coming to
Yeah,
your
I mean,
city.
I don't know what we were gonna do when when the car first came out. What were all of those horse carriages and people who made saddles? What are they gonna do? No, dude, they just
They
move
still
off
did
and
it.
innovate.
It didn't go
No,
automatically.
they go and innovate. They go and do other things. They're like, okay, there's no money in this anymore. I go do something else. That's what people do. They innovate.
I'm just trying to get in my mind. I'm trying to determine what percentage of what you're saying you actually believe.
I believe in all of the things that I've said.
You can't believe in this huge building process and then still worried about the trees. You can't build everything. We can't have
dude, that's literally the most
of 100
sustainable thing ever is fucking trees. They grow. What? Make more trees. They grow.
You're not listening to the point I'm making is if we have an influx of 175,000 people a month,
Yeah.
we're obviously going to have to take tree space, land, field. We're going to have to take that,
you just
correct?
take areas. Believe it or not, did you know that there are many, many areas that are owned by people, but they're not used at all? They're just there.
Yes.
And a
They're
lot of the
way
times,
they-
these areas are actually derelict, as in people have just let them kind of degrade to the point that they're just derelict buildings. And you know what? The city can't do anything about it because they're owned by somebody. And there's nothing that they could do.
And you know why they own? And you know why they hold on to them?
You want to hear the solution? The solution is eminent domain. Fucking take it, right? Pay them
Nah,
their
you can't do that.
compensation and then build up the goddamn thing. Be done
You
with
really
it.
hate the rich, don't you?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I can tell.
I
With
don't
that
know if I
last
hate
statement,
them.
it
I
was
don't hate
obvious.
the rich, but no, I would absolutely eminent domain derelict buildings.
You didn't say, yeah, I hate the rich. You said, yeah, fuck yeah. So you admit that.
There's
admit that.
there's a lot of rich people that I'm starting to really dislike, yeah. But I don't think like them being rich
So,
in
but the
and
reason-
of themselves. I'm being hyperbolic there, but in and of themselves,
Yeah, I
like
think
I
that's
don't
why I
believe.
say
like,
I don't believe. I don't know
being
how
rich
much
in
you
and of
believe
itself is
about
bad,
what you're
but
saying.
yeah, I'm telling you what I believe. I don't believe like in and of itself, like being rich is a bad thing. But I think like
Right.
there's like a level. There's like moments where it's like, okay, well, you're actually causing more harm than good. And sometimes being rich is the contributing factor.
I know some of my friends on social media, they would say that, oh, nobody should be a billionaire. I'm like, why not?
I mean, I kind
If
of
you had an
agree with that.
idea that was so good and you became a millionaire,
I kind
and
of agree
you
that there
expanded it.
probably ought not be billionaire. There should at least be less, at minimum, less, because there's way too many in the United States. The inequality of wealth is too high.
How do you put a cap on somebody's creativity?
Huh? Well, it's not creativity. It's they're exploiting people's labor.
If they're not exploiting people's labor.
I mean, sure.
But they still created-
I'm not against in and of itself a billionaire, but you don't exploit people's creativity when somebody makes, say, $200 million. I mean, that's an obscene amount of money, right? We're not even talking about $200 million. We're talking about $1 billion, bro. $1,000 million, and then
If
they're
I
climbing
provide
even
a
further.
service or a product that many people want to buy it, why should they be penalized for that? Why do you put a limit
Well,
on
I
that?
just think that there should be taxes on that, right? Because obviously there's like
I don't
market
disagree with that at all.
externality created.
I don't care about the taxes,
and
but I'm talking
I would
about
say, like, for example, like yachts, like giant yachts. I believe that there should be a huge value added tax on that. Like, I'm just like, why are we not doing value added taxes in the United States? Like, why?
Well, how about the fact that the Trump administration had it so they get a tax cut now for private jets.
Yeah, dumb motherfucker. What an asshole.
Because
yeah, because
they,
he's a fucking
you know,
piece
they
of
need
shit,
they
garbage human being.
because you know they needed that.
Yeah,
they needed
sure.
that. The people who
they
are
needed that tax
buying
break for the
jets,
private jets.
they needed a tax break. Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker. What an asshole. Fuck that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like Trump?
Say what?
Do you like Trump?
I despise Trump.
Good. Good.
So at least I do have at least one
got some
good
sense.
discernible quality, huh?
Yeah.
But no, what I'm pointing out to you is that we can't have all these things happen at one time. We can't have this and have that. And eminent domain, that's not good. The real reason is that the people still hold on to these properties is because they know one day, if not them, their children, their grandchildren will be able to make money off of it, and it is something in the family that's going to have value.
Did I ever tell you about? I actually did a video on that. I swear, nobody watches some of my videos. Like, I really wish they would, because they're very good. I did a video on that time that we revitalized the worst neighborhood in America. And there was basically, I did it was some research project on this one town that, I mean, it just was really, really bad. It just had a really bad, and there were like.
Where was it?
I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's just like an obscure. Imagine some of the work. Let me see here.
No, I said, where was it?
Yeah, hold on. It's,
I mean, in what state? I mean.
Worst neighborhoods in America. Let's see. I'm talking abandoned buildings, blighted towns, divestment, and totally decay. Forgotten I did crime, this thing. Toxic waste, you name it. This neighborhood had it. I'm talking, of course, about the Dudley Street neighborhood. Yeah, it's called the Dudley Street neighborhood. But basically, what it was that there was
state, though?
Let me look that up. That's in Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay.
So basically, they had this this initiative that they were going to try to revitalize the neighborhood. And one of the things that they did do is that there were, in fact, a lot of derelict homes or a lot of derelict buildings that they were not they were just destroyed, and people owned them. And so the government sought out for eminent domain, which is basically they would pay them a just compensation, like the market value of the property. And then they started building up the community from there. Incredible.
Why do you think that's a neighborhood project instead of a city project or a state project?
Well, it is. It's a multifaceted project because you have to involve the community itself, because the community are the ones that are going to be benefiting from it. And so they are more in tune with what needs to happen as opposed to like a city planner who never actually stepped foot in the city. So having involvement in with the city, the people who are living in the city itself is required. You get me?
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying I don't know. You saying it though is just boom, boom, boom. I know you're not saying it easy, but these are projects that are like projects for maybe my daughter's children or something. That might, what's to happen? I just can't get with the open border process. That's just. It's infeasible, completely infeasible, because
I didn't say open border. I said have a closed border, but also make it easy for people to get in. Even Ronald Reagan, he had a simple amnesty process. Tons of people showed up to the country to become citizens, and then boom, the United States government the U.S. economy fucking exploded. Why? Because there was a shit ton of new workers. That's why. It worked.
Exploded might be a
well, it did. It got big. It got big. very big.
In the 80s?
Yeah, well, I would say in the 90s, but yeah, it got big.
And then it imploded.
Where? Are you talking about the .com bust?
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about it imploded after H. Bush. During his presidency, it imploded because they had the trickle-down process.
Oh, yeah, no,
and
fuck
that's
that. Yeah, but I'm not going to sit there and argue fucking trickle-down dumbass economics. Just stupid.
So it kind of went up, but it didn't explode is what I'm pointing out to you.
Well, I mean, I'm saying the parts where it did explode, right, is that by having a lot of labor, I don't need to have an economics degree to know that by increasing the amount of labor that this doesn't result in economic booms. It does.
If you greatly increase the laborer, but you don't increase the jobs, or the one has to keep up with the other. Even if you're not going to have, if you bring in 175,000 people every month, the jobs cannot keep up with it.
You're making me so happy right now because, man, just wait till you hear about my idea for requiring unions. Woo! Woo!
Oh, I like the idea of unions. I like unions.
Wait.
I'm pro-union. But however, would you agree with what I always said, that the union uses up about 75% of the resources are used on 25%.
75% of the resources are used
on
on 25%.
Mm-hmm.
What?
The people who go and the union is fighting for their job are the one who keep getting in trouble, are the ones who really, by all means, probably should be terminated.
Yeah.
And the union is fighting to preserve their jobs.
You know, it just dawned on me that I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours, and I haven't eaten anything. I think I'm gonna end the stream.
Oh, that sounds good because I just finished my dinner.
I appreciate.
While I was talking to you.
I appreciate that you called in. I would love to hear you call it back in again. Our arguments get heated, but I do think that we somewhat get along here, which is odd.
Right. Well, respect is key.
It's true, big time.
I'm a moderate Dem myself. I'm not a soy boy, but I'm definitely not on the right wing. I'm a moderate Dem. I'm a soy boy. I'm definitely not a soy boy. I mean, I'm going with you self-describe.
I'm a woke, hardcore, bona fide, woke liberal. That's it.
Dyed in the wool.
Woke as fuck, dude. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all very much. If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really tiny YouTuber.
I subscribed about 2 weeks ago.
It's good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Have a good one.
If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount is huge. It's huge for me. It really is. Let's see here. Anthony Wappelhorst says First Amender is the lightest IQ debater and actual soy boy. I don't know about that, man. I think I can run circles around a lot of people. I don't think I'm the smartest. I don't think I'm that smart. But I'm definitely above average, because I've talked to a lot of people and they're not the brightest. Anyway, I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you. I'm going to be streaming some more, of course. I don't know when, but if you're on my notification Discord, consider joining the notification Discord if you haven't. If you want to be notified as to when I'm streaming, the notification Discord is where you want to be. If you want to actually have debates and discussions outside of like the usual stuff, you want to go on to discord.gg/modern-day-debate. But here's the Discord link for if you just want to be notified when I'm streaming next. So I don't know, you could I don't know, fight the soy boy liberal or whatever. Thank you guys very much. All right. Have a good night.